Good morning and welcome to Moving Day here at the MODUS Super Series. In a week where we've seen quite a cosmopolitan mix of players, we saw a mixed bag when it came to results on day one. We have an Irishman leading the way, and this is how day one went. Mindauskis-Borowska struggled on the doubles but found a solitary win 4-0 against Conor Heenahan. Anton Östlund showed signs of his high ceiling on day one. If he could put the pieces of the jigsaw together, we could have a player on our hands this week. Leighton Bennett's debut day didn't quite have the boom he was expecting. There was enough positive signs if he can find some consistency on day two. Rees was lightning out the traps, winning 3 from 5, but will be disappointed to have lost his last game of the session. That defeat came to Benjamin Roos, the Danish World Cup star. 4 wins from 5 on his opening day. He has proven to be a breath of fresh air to the Super Series. But it was Hino who knew best. An 8-point day was a great return for the Irish star as he tops the table. Yeah, it was Conor Heenahan who dominated proceedings on the opening day's action here at the Super Series. I have to say that Mace the Ace, Chris Mason, has joined me up here on the balcony to assess what we saw on day one. And for the first 4 games, Conor Heenahan looked a little bit head and shoulders above the rest of the field. Yeah,
I think his experience here paid dividends for him yesterday. He went missing in the last game. We've seen that happen before. That can be a mixture of just fatigue, maybe took his eye off the ball a little bit and took it for granted that he was going to win that game. But all in all, a fabulous day for him yesterday.
Well, let's find out what we saw yesterday then. This is the table following the opening day's worth of fixtures. He's joined at 8 points by the Danish debutant Benjamin Roos, who settled on that stage rather quickly.
Yeah, it was interesting. Before the off yesterday, they made him a 5-2 second favourite to win the group, and not a player I knew a particular amount of coming into it, but they had it right. I mean, he's now been shortened into 2-1. I was really impressed with him yesterday. He looked very comfortable. I thought Rhys Griffin backed up his confidence in the interview he did with you before the off yesterday. Anton had some spells. Leighton will be a little disappointed in yesterday in terms of his table position, but in small increments he improved, then improved again, and then improved again. And I think this environment, the fact that he's getting multiple matches of darts, I think it will pay massive dividends to him for him maybe Thursday and Friday, because he's going to be in Group C by the looks of it. Unless he has a really good day today, he maybe has a chance to squeak a Group B, but looking unlikely. But Group C in the afternoons now starts at 1 o'clock. He will have had 3 days of darts by then. I think this is going to do him the world of good.
As for Anton Östlund, we saw at times his peak level performance being really good. Is it just an issue maybe with the stuff in the middle?
Yeah, and the finishing was costly for him yesterday. The finishing as a whole yesterday was the one thing that was below par from what we usually see, which is, you know, around that 33% one from 3 level. Yesterday was poor finishing. There's a few players in there that their table position defies some of the darts that they played yesterday, or the level they played at. They get the finishing right today, we could see some shifts.
Well, there will be some shifts because it is moving day, but has there been any shifts in the market? Let's find out. This is the outright betting for day 2. And perhaps not a surprise that Conor Heenahan goes off the bookmaker's favourite once again at 4-5. Rhys Griffin at 6-1. If he has another good day like he did yesterday, could that be potentially the value in the field? Yeah,
I think that's the value. He's the one that's came in a lot. Conor was 10-11 before the off yesterday, so he's come in a couple of points. Benjamin, as I said, was 5-2. Now he's in half a point at 2-1. Rhys Griffin at 6-1. There was the big mover. He was into double figures yesterday. Yeah, he's the one that potentially, I think, has the best chance of maybe winning the group outside of the top 2, because the level of the top 2, the consistency over the course of the day, they were the ones that really stood out.
Being the cynical thinker inside of me, is the big difference now proving it on a second day and not just doing it on day 1?
Yeah, possibly. We have seen that before, but I think he's a very laid-back character, and I don't think he, in the interview he did with you, he wasn't surprised. He wasn't sort of overly animated by his performance levels. I think he can even play a little bit better today.
Well, we are going to find out. Right, let's have a look at the bet builder then for day 2. Pays just under 5-1 this treble. Anton Oslund to get the better of Mindauskas Barauskas at 8-15. Rhys Griffin 4-2 or better against Leighton Bennett at 6-4. And the game between Griffin and Heenahan going over at 5.5 legs at 8-15. Thoughts on that one, Mace?
Yeah, these are the most popular bets on the exchanges that we can find. Yeah, it wouldn't be for me, but good luck.
18 plus speed gambler. One day we will find a bet builder you agree with, I promise. Right, let's get into our first game of the day because it does see the Lithuanian star Mindauskas Barauskas in action here at the Super Series. He takes on Conor Heenahan. Well, he was the man yesterday, and his reward for 4 wins out of 5? Well, that was a chat with me this morning. Conor, first day, 4 wins from 5. Just your overall assessment.
Yeah, did well, I suppose, bar the last game, which was a bit disappointing. But yeah, it was a good start to the week, so happy.
We've seen you hit before a few times. We've seen you hit the post here before a few times. Going back here, do you feel like there's more and more expectation on you every time?
I suppose, like, I'm nearly always favourite, but I don't feel like I'm always favourite, if you get me. There's so many good players here. It's just about getting to Saturday, and then I know I've got to a few finals now at this stage, but it's just getting over that line, and once I'm over that line, it'll happen then, you know.
Considering how you started in this competition as a qualifier, now being regarded as one of the big names in the competition, is that a new type of pressure that you maybe embrace a little bit, or a pressure that you try not to look at?
I try not to look at it too much. Like in fairness, I'd say everyone is a qualifier nearly now, before, you know, so look, I'm happy to get invited all the time. It's a great opportunity for me coming over from Ireland to play here with the big players, so I'm happy.
Moving into today, moving day. You know this day all too well. Sometimes we're good, sometimes we're bad. So you know that day 2 could really set you on your way going into the last day.
Yeah, you need to be steady on Tuesday. Like if you get 4 out of 5, it's a great day. If you can get 5 out of 5, you're well in contention, like, to go through to Saturday straight away after tomorrow. So that's the plan today, is to win as many as I can and see how it goes.
We wish you all the very best. Conor, good luck.
Thank you.
And Conor Heenahan kicks off the day's proceedings against the Lithuanian Mindauskas Barauskas. It's a battle of the Republic of Ireland and Lithuania to kickstart day 2 here at the International Super Series. And watching this one in the commentary box, it's a very good morning to Paul Nicholson and Chris Mason.
It is a very good morning, Henry. Another blinder of a day here in Portsmouth, and another blinder of a Dartshire here for Mindauskas Barauskas. Oh, Mindy is back, and he did get himself a win in his 5th game yesterday. As for the 24-year-old Conor Heenahan, with the plethora of experience here at the MODUS Super Series over the last 18 months, like he said in that interview, he's looking to go 80% for a win ratio today, like he did yesterday. But if he can get one better in the win column today and get all 5, he will definitely be 1 foot into Saturday.
First leg, Mindauskas to throw.
And he will be out
Game
for
on.
revenge after getting thumped 4-0 in the final game of the session yesterday. His only defeat on the day.
137.
Interestingly, the finishing was the issue with
16.
Mindauskas, because he just couldn't get into a rhythm of consistently finding the outer ring, and even
100.
with that 4-0 win yesterday against Conor Heenahan, he still missed 14 at a double. But on this occasion, got away with it.
Yeah, 3 out of his 5 games
85.
yesterday. He had a lot of darts at double in matches. 15 in his first game, 19 in his second
28.
game, and then the game that Chris just mentioned, 18 in that one. So he had more darts at double than everybody but
100.
Rhys Griffin. What does that tell us?
Well, that's why I thought he potentially could have a far better day, because
140.
he's obviously scoring well enough to be able to get all those darts to the double. So if his doubling percentages just improves by half,
100.
he's going to be in the mix to win a lot of games today.
Yeah, we can realistically say that 3 wins from yesterday
48.
wasn't actually that far away.
156.
No.
which would have changed the entire complexity of this group. Now, it is moving day on a Tuesday, and
60.
everybody will be looking to do the
Mendoza's
same,
require
get themselves in
48.
contention for a run on Wednesday. But this is for a good start,
Game
and that
shot
is
first leg,
exactly what he's
Mendoza's
looking for.
Sparowskis.
I remember watching Matthew Dennett many, many times here at the
Second
MODUS
leg,
Super
Connor
Series, a
to throw
fabulous
first.
player
Game
from the
on.
West Midlands, a good friend of ours. But it seems like every time he has a bad first game on the doubles, it festers into the
72.
rest of the day. Now, with Mindergaus, I just wonder if he can get a good doubling performance
60.
in, regardless of whether he wins, that will give him the impetus to have a better finishing day.
Yeah, well, we talked about setting the foundation, and
140.
I'd say for the vast majority of players, if you start pinning doubles, you'll tend to do that all day, won't you? But it's when you start missing them, like I say, it festers in the back of
100.
your mind, and there's that seed of doubt. And once that creeps in, well, it's just a vicious circle. And Reese yesterday,
96.
having more darts at a double, well, for me, he was the best scorer of the day yesterday. Well, he hit the most 180s, didn't he?
And nobody goes to the garden centre to
140.
buy any seeds of doubt. You wouldn't want to plant those. They wouldn't bloom into anything good.
Exactly that.
43.
Already, Mindy has got the Heenahan throw under a bit of pressure. Lovely little adjustment, that.
100.
It's okay.
Connor, you require 150.
Not a bad little miss. Could have been a lot worse. Going to have a look at a 101 now for a 2-0 lead against the fancied Heenahan.
58. Mendoza, you require 101.
Can he tick another box and get a ton plus out? Again, another happy little accident.
61. Connor, you require
I
92.
wonder if serendipity is going to be the word of his day. That's a lovely first start from Connor. He could use this double eight.
Game shot.
That is really good when you consider where Mindy is. He misses that. Mindy checks. It's 2-0, but now we've got a
Third
game.
leg, Mendoza to throw first. Game on.
Yesterday, Barauskas 78.38 as a running average. That's going to have to improve by... Check.
109.
It's one of those crazy 180s you see every now and again. I just held my breath. I wasn't even sure that was in.
I thought it bounced
60.
out of the wire below in between the 1 and the 20, and it's gone back up and touched the board. We've seen so many of those.
60.
I don't think I've ever seen one before at the Super Series.
You know how I like science, and I know you're the same, Mace. Every time we've seen that, that's 3 times now.
135.
Thomas Younghans, James Richardson, now Mindy Barauskas. Every single one of them's got the same type of flights in.
100.
Yeah.
So
I want to
is
know
it-
the science behind them.
Yeah, exactly. I can't go that deep. We need to perform.
Like a bit of weird science.
Mendoza, you require
Great film.
161.
Oh, it's a lovely first start. Doesn't really have to go for the 51 here.
97.
But as far as approaches are concerned, that's not a bad one. That 180 lost my train of thought when I was trying to make a point about his average.
85.
He's going to have to
Mendoza, you
up it
require
by
64.
probably 6 or 7 today to start worrying his opponents a bit more. But
Game
this is
shot on the
really
third leg,
good on
Mendoza's
throw.
Barauskas.
Has he got Connor's number?
He's 2 from 2 on the doubles.
Fourth leg, Connor to throw first.
Sporting his away shirt today, which I think is rather fetching. I thought his shirt yesterday was excellent. I wonder if he's got a third strip for tomorrow.
134.
I wonder if he's got 6.
Well, our good friend Peter Jakes from Yorkshire's got 8 different coloured shirts.
81.
And there's 8 sessions, but you can't play all 8 sessions. 20% on the doubles yesterday, Barauskas. Whereas
140.
28%, and this is what caught my attention this morning when doing the numbers. You said something so appropriate on the balcony with Henry
100.
that some of the statistics for certain players flattered their position. Now, if you look at Heenahan at the top, he didn't have the greatest running average. He didn't have the most
100.
180s. He had one of the lower percentages on doubles. He didn't have the biggest checkout. He didn't have the biggest average.
95.
But he was top.
Connor, you require 127.
There you go.
When it's your day, it's your day.
127 and
87.
not game because he didn't go for it. I think it's fair to say that we expect more from these players today than we did yesterday, because I was particularly impressed with the way that people improved as the day went on.
Fourth leg, Connor Heenan.
This is a good battle in game one. Now, Connor did play game one yesterday against Leighton Bennett.
Fifth leg,
It was a
Mendoza's
very
to
nervy
Ferocious.
affair.
Game
You can
on.
already see from these two that they're settled.
Yeah. And the one that improved match on match yesterday was
45.
Leighton Bennett. Only picked up the one win. I thought he was a little better than the one win. And we'll discuss the numbers
30.
in the next game for Leighton, as he is taking on Anton Ostland.
41.
This is not the time to be slowing down,
No.
Mindy.
Leg 5.
He is very
58.
fortunate to have gotten away with those first 6 darts. Bit of early morning adrenaline getting them to 2-2, but now
95.
things just start to settle down. This is where you've got to maintain focus. This is better. Doesn't get any better.
First of the day.
190.
What a time to get it in leg 5 against the throw.
100.
Couple of options here.
I like this play.
Yeah, because the 2 singles on the ball, isn't it? And the 25, if you hit the 25, leaves you the 170.
Indeed.
46.
And then if you get the
Advance
one,
starts thinking.
and if you get 719s, you leave a 2-darter with
Yep.
100, which just feels a bit more appealing
41.
than something like 93, because you want to stay in the same sort of zone on the
Well,
board.
yeah, you've got the option for 20 tops as well.
Indeed.
Another mistake from Mindy. Good recovery dart.
127.
Do you know the other half of Mindy is Mork? You know that's Cockney rhyming
99.
slam for
Connor,
something.
you require 60.
Cork.
Just see if Connor can get this
Angel on the
double
fifth
top,
leg,
which is a
Connor
beauty
Heenan.
for a 3-2 lead. He's broken through, now firmly favoured for the match. My old
Six leg Connor
agent used to say, "Oh, it's a bit
Game on.
Mork out.
Windy.
It's a bit windy." So there you go. That's one thing you might not have known about Cockney rhyming slang.
100.
That would have been Will, I take it.
Correct.
Lazar.
121.
It's a bit like bouquet, that, isn't it? Will Laser, I call him.
Yeah, somebody announced him on the tee at Waterlooville Golf Club once as Will Laser.
29.
I'll never forget that. His face was like thunder. You're not going to get much in the way of emotion from
100.
Parauskas here, and that is something that was a key yesterday from the Nordic and Baltic players, the likes of Benjamin and Anton
60.
and Mindaugas.
And he's nicked the throw here. Showing strong mentality.
100.
Averaging over 90. Connor at 86.
Didn't do that at any point yesterday in a completed game.
60.
Highest average yesterday for Mindy, 85.56, a losing average. He was one of 2 players that had their best overall average in a losing
100.
performance. The other one was Anton Ostland. I've got a funny feeling we're going to get a few 4-3s today.
95.
I don't think there's going to be much in the way of domination.
I agree.
This is a big dart. It's tops. His doubles have been impeccable
60.
until that
Connor, you
point.
require 157.
That's his first miss at the outer ring.
There'll be some way to win it. 60, 57 tops. Yes. Yes. Tops to wrap it up. Wow, what a
And the
way
match, Connor
to wrap
Heenan.
it up. Connor Heenan who's on to 10 points. With a wonderful performance in the end and a fabulous finish, but a much improved performance from Barauskas. An 89.54 in defeat. Both players finding a 180 and the finishing 2 from 3 when he got an opportunity. But look at that from Heenahan. 66.67%, 4 from 6. He is back on top. Up next, Anton Ostland against Leighton Bennett.
Was it a win? It was a win for Conor Heenahan by 4 legs to 2, defying the miracle Mindauskas Max in that particular match. And he had to survive a bit of a scare from the Lithuanian as well, but it is Heenahan who moves on to 10 points in the group. Right, next up for us, Anton Ostlund in action against Leighton Bennett. And watching this one in the commentary box is Paul and Chris.
We are intrigued to see what game 2 brings us, Henry, because we've just seen a bit of a bang from Conor Heenahan.
Well, it was a pop bang.
Wasn't it just? A 157, the best finish of the week, overtaking Anton Ostlund's 144 yesterday, which was a bit of a peach.
Yeah, the man with the throw against the young man whose throw's going through a bit of a evolutionary phase
First
due
leg,
to
Anton to throw first.
a growth
Game on.
spurt, which is something that sort of tends to get forgotten, but he really has shot up the last couple of years, and of course he will have to adjust,
100.
make changes to the throw.
Yeah, just let the game come to you as well. Already in his first 3 darts, he
125.
looks more relaxed than yesterday. Obviously, he was going to be nervous on debut yesterday, but social media this morning, he was up very, very early, going for a walk, getting some fresh air. I like that a lot.
So do I.
100.
But he said that his mindset was better today than yesterday. Very honest from Leighton on Twitter, or it's now called X.
140.
But his first 6 darts prove it.
Yeah, beautiful start. 125, 140.
If he's going to get himself into the mix for the race for the top spot in this group,
121.
he's going to have a very good day, because Heenahan on 10 points now in the table is in the lead on his own, albeit having played one more game.
55.
This one yesterday was won by Ostland. It was a very decent game as well. 84.69 for Anton, 86.18 for Leighton. That's not a bad effort in your
140.
fifth game of the day.
This one started very nicely already.
$45. Anton, you require 40.
I was so impressed with this guy yesterday. Not just technique-wise, but his outlook
30.
in certain
Leighton, you require
situations. He was unflappable.
136.
Yeah, absolutely stoic. Gonna say this would make Leighton feel a whole lot better.
58. Anton, you require 10.
Double five.
Game shot of the first leg.
That's the first
Anton
leg to the
Östlund.
Swede. There's one thing I noticed yesterday
Second leg, Leighton to
when I was
throw first.
watching
Game
over
on.
the highlights, which indeed at the end of the session, if you want to watch the highlights, you can see them on our YouTube channel at MSS Start, as you can see on social media. And if you want to search for us on YouTube, well, it's pretty easy because you're watching the YouTube channel right now.
Yeah, make
But-
sure you subscribe there and give us a thumbs up.
Indeed. And if you want to rewatch the
83.
highlights, the package is put to the YouTube channel every single day. But I had a little glance over them yesterday, and there was something I noticed about Leighton's game
46.
which- I thought was really interesting. He does tend to snatch the darts from the board in quite an angry manner.
Mm-hmm.
I just wonder if, and I'm talking about small things here which will make a big impact.
98.
If he just took them at the board a little bit with less, I'm
Angst.
going to say impatience, maybe that would feed better into
60.
his next visit.
Yeah, listen, there's loads of things for him to work on. Again, it's trying to find a balance of worrying about just getting results on the board,
100.
especially in this environment, and less concern about level of performance. That will come.
Yeah, I'd like to think
that's
of.
secondary, isn't it?
Yeah, I like to think of things that, in a way that makes sense. It's a bit like when Forrest Gump speaks to his mum. She says some things in a certain way that makes him understand it. Now, don't be angry at your darts.
60.
Don't be angry at the board. They're not angry at you. Now, I know Colin Lloyd punched the board once. That was Colin, in effect, punching Colin because he was
100.
angry with himself.
Anton, you require 160.
I heard recently Aaron Monk snapped his stems out of his darts. It's not the darts' fault, is it? So treat the equipment and yourself with respect and just give yourself a bit of a break.
Yeah, very much so. That's one thing. Listen, I totally understand the
128.
impatience
Leighton, you
with
require
Leighton because he was
114.
such a superstar at a young age, throwing some incredible darts.
Funny enough,
44.
114 was his best finish
And on the
yesterday.
required
He can't replicate
32.
it right here. So Ostland has a chance for 2-0.
Game
That
shot of the
is
second
2-0.
leg. Anton
It's got a very
Östlund.
interesting grip as Anton. You look at the barrel and the stem, it's all underneath
Third leg, Anton to throw
the
first.
fingertips, which makes the
Game on.
back of the grip vastly important. And if he presses down with those fingertips, he loses all control.
Well, Michael Smith throws very much in the back of the dart, doesn't he?
Yeah, he's almost using the stem as
Yeah.
the grip point.
94.
A lot of articles and stuff on YouTube about how barrels are created with
99.
grooves and different technology. But the amount of times you do see people using the stem as the grip, it's probably more than ever. Steve Beaton, for instance, is a great example of this. He had stems made with grip in them
180.
because he grips the stem.
He actually, thumb and forefinger is around the stem.
41.
This is fast turning into the ideal start for Anton. Are we going to see a big move from the Swede on Tuesday?
The arm is a beautiful throw. Lovely action.
82.
Dart 1, there was sort of
100.
a double
And on your wire,
pause.
145.
Dart 2 and 3, not so.
When you're watching sport,
84.
and you do see technique that good, you just want to keep watching it. It's a bit like watching Henrik Stenson hit a golf ball.
Yeah.
59.
I'd
And
like
on
to
your
use a
wire,
Swedish
61.
example there because it would have made no sense if I'd used a different country, but Sweden has produced some amazing technicians in sport over the years, and this is just another one. 88.
45.
That's okay. He will be back for 3-0.
I'm going to ask you
56.
what advice
And
you
on
would
your
give,
wire,
but
16.
for me and Leighton Bennett, I would just say be patient and just let it all come back.
Game shot the third
Because
leg. Anton
there's no
Ostlund.
reason why it won't. And just let the
Or that
process
Leighton to throw
of
first.
time and all the other things you go through as a young man who's going through that
58.
growth spurt. He's still 17, not 18 until New Year's Eve this year.
In footballing terms, not everybody's going to be Wayne Rooney. That's the best example I can give you because he was 16 when he got that really good goal
100.
against Arsenal for Everton. And then his career, it did have its ups and downs, but he was a superstar throughout. Now, we know that Luke Little has taken all the headlines over the last
95.
year or two. I don't know how Leighton feels about that, but I don't think that should make any difference to his career. Personally, I think you're spot on. I think it's about the career you have,
60.
not the career you have now.
Yeah, it's not how you start, it's how it finishes. And you've got so many examples of that's a bit unfortunate. But I
135.
always use Peter Wright as a great example. He's a great player in his 20s. Didn't win his first world title until he was 49.
137.
What's the rush?
And he will. And here's the thing: if you want to write your life story or have your legacy, let something happen that can never be taken
43.
away from you. Peter Wright, forever, will be the first world champion in any sport in the 2020s. That will never be taken
96.
away from him. And that is
Leighton
quite
Uruguay
the thing to hold.
170.
The first world champion of entire decade. Ostlund's got a great chance here of a 4-0 victory.
40.
If he gets it, it's 6
And on
points,
Uruguay,
and his leg
108.
difference will vastly change. Single 19. Oh, it's not.
68.
Well, if you're going to
Leighton
go
Uruguay, 130.
for tops at the end, why start on treble 19? Well, you got a shot at it. Is he going to get another? Is he?
83.
Yeah, the line of dart was
And on
okay there
Uruguay,
from Leighton.
40.
Just snatched slightly.
2 20s for 4-0. Or should we say 4-0 for 4-0?
20. Leighton
Forgotten his
Uruguay,
lines.
47.
Somebody give him a script.
He's got to make his mind up.
Yesterday, he did have a few woes on double 16. He was
Indecisive.
looking for an 11 there, wasn't he? And I think he's got
11.
every right to feel very
And on
frustrated there.
Uruguay,
Caught in two
20.
minds. I get the feeling that the next game he will have a definitive plan in his own head. But
10.
he's still in this one.
Yeah, it's getting
Leighton
another
Uruguay,
opportunity
36.
to get a leg on the board. Should be absolutely no pressure on this. He should have the mentality of free rolling.
32.
The timing of the throw is completely gone.
And on Uruguay, 10.
Yeah, it's the same sort of stuff happening in the low double region that he saw in his first game yesterday with Conor Heenahan. Double 5. We had a little bit of that from
6.
Anton yesterday in his first game with
Leighton, you
Benjamin
require
of
4.
Denmark. This is exactly what happened yesterday in his first game. He was low on double 2 3 times.
That's
Now
a
he's got
result.
nothing in the way. It's the old 7-10 split, that.
No score. Anton, you require 4.
Actually lost count of how many match darts he's had.
Game, shot.
There
and
is
a
one that
match,
hits though,
Anton
and he does
Ostlund.
get over the line 4 legs to 0. More work for Leighton to do, but just another game for him to learn from. And Leighton does average under 70 in the end, but it is all about the amount of darts at double that he missed at the end. Anton's average came plummeting down by about 12 or 13 points in that last leg, courtesy of 17 missed darts at double. But it is a 4-0 victory for the Swede, and that gets him on 6 points and a better leg difference as well. When we come back, it will be the end of round 1 with Rhys Griffin taking on Benjamin Drurius from Denmark.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. So before the break, Anton Ostlund landed a 4-0 victory against Leighton Bennett to get his day started. So the Swede is on the board. Next up for us, it is Rhys Griffin in action up against Benjamin Drurius. We've seen some positive signs from both players on day 1 here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. What is day 2 going to provide for them? Let's find out with Paul and Chris.
Yes, Henry, it'll be fascinating to see what we get from these two. It's a bit of a heavyweight contest in round 1 between these two because they're both in the running for the top spot, but more so the person possibly who wins this one. Maybe a bit more pressure on the 26-year-old from Wales. Dutch Open semi-finalist back in 2017, as you can see. The 24-year-old from Denmark, who had a very good first day on debut, picking up 8 points from a possible 10.
First leg, Rhys to throw first.
Doesn't have the darts
Game
this
on.
time, but is still looking for the same result. It was 4-3 yesterday to the Dane in a very good performance from Benjamin, who averaged
91.
the best individual performance yesterday of anybody, 97.73.
Yeah, this was a proper game of darts, wasn't it?
50.
Game of the day. I was impressed with both yesterday. This man had 7 maximums
140.
over the course of his 5 matches.
Yeah, that was the most by any player.
60.
So that's an encouraging sign.
And he created more opportunities than any other player. And if he takes his chances today, he could well be the man on the move.
140.
He also had the best running average yesterday of 88.67.
That's really good. Over 5 matches,
60.
that is.
Raise
that's
your bar
decent.
130.
He did an interview yesterday, didn't he, with Henry, and he was full of confidence, and it was genuine confidence
90.
reflected in those numbers.
He should be feeling good. He's on double top after 12.
140. Raise your bar 40. Game shot of the first
They made
leg.
Ben the
Reece
4 to 6
Griffin.
favourite for this, despite Reece having the throw. He was quoted at 11 to 10.
Second leg Benjamin to throw first.
Won't be now after
Game
a
on.
13 dart hold.
I know it's really strange of me to say this,
55.
but even before a dart was thrown, I would have had Reece as the slight favourite
Same.
because it just felt yesterday that Benjamin bossed the game because he had the throw. It's not as if Reece was that far behind in all of the legs. He wasn't. He was right there.
20.
Oh, that's really unfortunate. 2 darts on the floor, and he collided with that second dart. Is Reece able to get
94.
a better visit? Yes, he is. Well, everything was pretty good from Griffin yesterday. He mentioned that he had the most opportunities,
140.
but he did have one of the worst conversion rates. And if that was 5% better, the likelihood is he would
58.
be on either 8 or 10 points today, because 65 darts at a double in one day. I can't remember the last time I wrote that down.
140.
Yeah, and that's why I thought he was the most likely of players to go in a northerly direction.
101. Benjamin, your require 146.
Super counting. Modern counting, Nico.
I love that. I love to see really good gameplay.
106.
Show me you can
Raise your require
count in the best way
167.
possible. If he takes this out, I'll tip my hat. But now we have to tip our hat to the Dane, who's on tops himself, this time after
95.
5 visits.
Benjamin, you require 40.
I think we're going to have another good game between these two.
Game shot on the second
There's
leg.
the proof.
Benjamin Drores.
I've got to get this out the way, because I know this is a pet hate of a lot of people.
Third leg Reece to throw first.
That dart
Game
shirt
on.
of Benjamin looks like it's on fire. Now, it's got a dartboard on it, and on the back it's got a dartboard, and it's got the word darts.
49.
Never.
It couldn't be more obvious if it tried.
Even if it said great darts, I'd get it.
There is no reference at all
45.
to his nickname on there, apart from the writing on the front.
I like that. Oh, you don't. You know who I am.
If he's walking down the street wearing that,
137.
they're going to think, well, he's not going to the bowling alley. He's not going to the snooker hall. He must be going to the Super Series.
42.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of people out there who don't like dart shirts that have got dartboards on them because they think it's too obvious.
No, we went
86.
through a phase, didn't we? That most dart shirt looked like you were going to a bowling alley.
Yeah, Steve Beaton still wears the old bowling collar.
81.
Yeah, but then he could wear a bin bag and make it look good.
There is that.
Leg 3 with Griffin on
137.
throw, and again he's showing strength. This sends a message to your opponent as if to say, you're not going to break me at any point.
We're sending a message to the
125.
field. He's averaging
Bar 92.
100.43. Nearly 20 points more than his opponent.
Game
like
shot in the
that.
third
I
leg.
like that a
Reese
lot.
Griffin.
Sounded like Jim Carrey from Dumb and Dumber there. I like it a lot.
Fourth leg.
That really was a
Benjamin to
wonderful leg of
throw
darts,
first.
wasn't it?
Game on.
15 classy darts.
55.
Benjamin yesterday, 86.93 as a running average. Very useful indeed. 6 maximums. He was top of the finishing charts at 40%, and if you can maintain that, you're going to do a lot of damage.
100.
He did also have the best average of the day in a match, like I mentioned. And there were a lot of people in Denmark watching him yesterday with eager eyes. People in the Danish media, Danish darts coaches.
91.
And they think that he's got an excellent chance of making Saturday, and I have to agree with that.
Yeah, I concur.
99.
Both players on throw have been rock solid so far. So we're going in the same pattern
41. Benjamin, you require
yesterday's match.
167.
Indeed. I think there's a really good chemistry between these two. Styles make fights
139.
in boxing. Chemistry makes a good darts match. And I think the pace of this game suits both players. And I think that's one of the reasons why in both this game and their
102.
previous game,
Benjamin, you require
good
28.
statistics are being seen. First missed double in the match.
14.
Yeah, I agree. I think the
Raise
rhythm
your
and the
bar,
tempo
167.
is suiting both perfectly. Not too much hanging around.
59. Benjamin, you require
He's super
14.
straight, isn't he, Rhys Griffin?
Yep.
Even when he misses it,
Game shot on the fourth leg.
always seems to be on the right
Benjamin
line.
Douglas.
That's a great shot from Benjamin. He had no anxiety going for that double 7, just plants
Fifth
it
leg
right
race
in there.
to throw first. Game on.
Shock horror that he's 40% on doubles again. But Rhys is 100%. When he gets there, on his own throw, he doesn't miss.
58.
So for the first time in the match, there's a genuine opportunity to try and...
28.
Well, there was. Cancel that.
One
One of two things genuinely happens on a Tuesday. Things bunch up, or things start to separate like tectonic plates.
85.
Which group do you want to be a part of? Because at the minute, it looks like a separating day. We could see Barauskas and Bennett cut adrift
135.
with Ostlund, Griffin, Benjamin, and Heenahan all vying for the top half of the table and indeed the top spot.
40.
I had a quick catch up with Rhys yesterday, and we had that conversation. And I said, "Look, pal, priority is top 3. Winning it, bonus."
100.
But he was very much of the idea of, no, mate, I want to win it. I want Thursday and Friday off.
134.
Say no more.
Race requires 68.
If you want Thursday and Friday off, you've got to hit shots like this against someone who wants the same as you. Double top.
Game
Still
shot of the fifth
perfect on the
leg,
doubles.
Reece Griffin.
We might just get our first perfect performance on the outer ring
Six leg Benjamin
in this
to
match.
throw
We had
first. Game on.
plenty of that towards the end of last week from the likes of Steve West.
Reece's
140.
Performance here, it's 3 holds to throw for him, and it's 13, 15, and 15. He's forcing
55.
Benjamin to find a 12 to break.
Yesterday I was talking about abbreviations
100.
and I mentioned HTB. Hard to beat. You could change that to hard to break.
Right now, for
59.
sure.
Who was it who sang that song? Hard Habit to Break. Was it Chicago? Way back when.
91.
If you become that player that is really hard to break today, just imagine how much damage you're going to do.
140.
But
Benjamin
again,
Require,
Griffin
170.
seems to be a dart behind when he's throwing second. Just another great game this is.
98.
Oh, Benjamin, who got out of the blocks a little slow in this one. He's got his average up to 87. He's still hovering around the mid-90s.
77. Benjamin Require, 72.
In a game one with a
32.
157, can we
Raise
see
your require,
one with a 170?
We had 4 of these last week. We're not going to get our first one of week number 5.
46. Benjamin, you require 40.
Double top. The 3-3. Don't give him a look, Benjamin.
30. Raise your require
This is a bit more gettable than a
124.
170 because he has an out. Even if he gets the big single with the first start, he still has a way to victory. Treble 18 is a must. He had
63.
18 darts in
Benjamin, you
this
require
leg
10.
to get it done.
Yeah. Double 5 can be a little tricky. Edging closer.
Game
Super
shuttle
dart.
6 leg, Benjamin Throws.
Well, he's going to force Reese to hold in leg 7.
That was a real Tom
Seventh and final
Kazansky
leg,
shot,
Reese
that
to
one.
throw first.
Ice cold.
Game on.
Here he goes again. He throws first.
140.
And he's saying to his opponent, you are not going to get this off me.
26.
Benjamin could be all Ivan Drago and say, I must break you. But it's going to take more than 2 boxing gloves to
93.
break this Welshman.
Yeah, especially after starting with 26.
60.
Reese just will not be denied.
First game in his campaign yesterday, he had to work really, really hard to beat
41.
Mindaugas Barauskas by 4 legs to 3. He averaged 85.5 in that game. This is 5% better than that.
86.
All over it looks like a better performance. But don't underestimate the fact that he won that first game yesterday against the darts. This is to defend his own throw. That does come with a bit of pressure.
131.
He's doing such a fabulous job with it.
Yeah, his answer there was pressures for tyres, Nico. Beautiful visit, 96 after 12.
85. Raise your require,
To
96.
continue his run of holds to throw in 5 visits, 96 required.
Get this, you'll be on 8 points.
56.
And because of the margin of victory, potentially, he takes that 6th visit and the win. He's got the same points as Benjamin
100.
and
Raise your
exactly
require,
the same
40.
leg difference after the same amount of games played. Great
Game
performance.
shot. And the match,
He wouldn't be
Reese
broken,
Griffin.
and even Benjamin has to admit that he played decent in that game. Even though his average crept down under 80 in the end, it was all about holds of throw. And 4 out of 4 on the doubles for the first time this week. I think Reese Griffin's confidence is going to be as high as he could possibly want it here at the start on Tuesday. When we come back, it will be the start of round 2 and improvement needed for Barauskas and Bennett.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where before the break, Reece Griffin ended our first round of fixtures with a 4-3 success against Benjamin Dororo. So this is what you're seeing from the first round of action. And as far as Conor Hinahan is concerned, well, it's been the perfect start as far as his day is concerned. A victory for him and that defeat for Benjamin means that he's opened up a 2-point lead at the top of the table from both the Dane and the Welshman. And so it is Hinahan at the top of the pile. Right, next up for us, it's Mendauskas up against Leighton Bennett. The victor looking to move on to 4 points. And watching this one, Chris and Paul.
It's time for one of these to make a move. They have both lost their first game here on Tuesday. A visible improvement from Mendauskas, but it still wasn't good enough to beat Conor Hinahan, who finished that first game of the day with a 157 checkout. Now, at this stage of the day, based on what we've seen and
First
the levels that we are seeing
first.
potentially at this time of day compared to yesterday, you've got to have Barauskas as the favourite because
60.
he's definitely trending in the right direction. His doubling in that first game looked sharper.
Yeah, and they don't agree.
60.
They've gone 4-9. Bennett 13-8 for Barauskas.
I don't often say this,
100.
but that is enormous value.
Yep, I agree. But when they get it wrong,
97.
the betting gods tend to be with the odds compilers.
Now, at this stage of the day, you might be settling down to have a little flutter on something. So remember,
59.
it's over 18s only. Please gamble responsibly and go to begambleaware.org for more information. Can't stress that enough.
100.
Gamble responsibly.
Yeah, only gamble what you can afford to lose, because ultimately, that's what's going to happen.
96.
Sure, everybody's... Well, I could hear the betting dockets getting crumpled in the final
60.
game yesterday when Barauskas done a job, a 4-0 job on Conor Hinahan, especially the
56.
short price backers.
I think he's got more nicknames in the last 25 hours than any player I've ever met. He's got Mindy.
41.
He's got Coupon Shredder.
130.
B.A. Barauskas.
B.A. Barauskas, that was the one from this morning.
40.
Oh, he had to get on a plane to get here.
143.
Carl Froch, the Cobra.
Indeed. He's a man of a very solid look.
I wonder if he drinks milk. Need some of Bobby George's gold
93.
chains, doesn't he?
Your bar, 89.
Single 20 for Bull for the first leg.
64.
There was just a bit more violence in that last
50.
start, wasn't there?
Yeah, he's really trying to crash it in.
Well, he's just giving that dart a really big dagger of a look, and he might as well give the second one the same.
Well, 10 or a 6 is the shot there, isn't it? It's a
18.
big, big target
Regular
area. You
wire,
could just go for the
25.
wire in between the two. You can push a pool and still find the single. Can any of them find a single?
He's talking to himself.
Yeah, he's telling himself to stop snatching.
21. Mendauskas, you
Well,
require
and
32.
the snatch is caused because of the acceleration from
Game
that's a
shot on the first
beautiful
leg.
adjustment.
Mendauskas.
from the backswing to the follow through. It's too quick. The dart is accelerated. He's got no control because
Second leg, Mendauskas to throw
he's
first.
going through that
Game on.
motion. It's such a force.
Well, look at the drawback of
60.
Barauskas. It's so rhythmic. You can say what you want about his stats and everything like that, but he's got such a beautiful throw to watch.
44.
I know his follow-through is a little bit stunning, but look at this. Back with just a little bit of extra patience. Whereas Bennett is drawing that dart back
140.
quite quickly. There's a lot of speed there. In fact, the speed forward's got to be the same as the speed back.
100.
That's where the tempo of the rhythm of the throw comes from.
I just wonder, from game 3 and game 4
100.
yesterday especially, his rhythm and his tempo was so much better. It's almost as if he wasn't rushing. Now, we are saying this
39.
in the hope that he watches these games back, that maybe there's something he can pick up on.
Absolutely.
We'll send the invoice in the mail.
100.
Something that I was speaking about with
59.
regards to Tom Morris
Does require
action.
101.
And something he implemented fairly quickly and said I instantly
89.
could feel the difference. And that's the beauty of doing this and being able to watch it back and analyze your own action. Because you actually start doing
68.
things
Mendoza
you don't even
require
realise you're
12.
doing.
I've got another example of that in the next leg, which
Game
is
shot,
not
second
far
leg,
away now
Mendoza's
because
Barowskis.
Mindy has found himself a 2-0 lead. A few weeks ago,
Third
we
leg
had
leads into throw
a
first.
great week in Series 4 between Andy Bolton and Sebastian Białecki.
58.
On the first day of the week, Białecki had a nightmare on his doubles, on double 16 and double 8. He was casting a shadow over both of them all day long. And then we looked at the angle of
140.
entry. And I just thought, with his angle of entry, why doesn't he go for tops
60.
and tens a bit more? Because it seems that if he misses those, he's got better markers. He obviously watched it. He put it in place.
100.
And his doubles percentage almost doubled overnight. Funnily enough, they were both in Group A. Andy Bolton won Group A, but then he
58.
beat Białecki in the final. And Białecki was brilliant on doubles most of the week. Now, I'm not saying that we get it right every time, but we do have a unique insight.
180.
Well, more often than not, you'll see a player get it right, and
96.
that sort of logs in my
Mendoza's
brain. So then
81.
I'm focusing on why they can't retain the ability to
69.
throw the same. So there's got to be something in the breakdown of the throw.
The level that we're getting from
59.
Mendoza today
Mendoza's
is
require 12.
a lot better. He was mid-70s in his first couple of games yesterday. This is mid-80s.
Game shot in
And
the
he
third
is
leg,
finding
Mendoza's
doubles quicker.
Barowskis.
Well, his adjustment around the doubles is far superior to yesterday. He was over adjusting, wasn't he, and
Fourth
finding
leg,
himself
Mendoza
going
gets to
inside too
throw
often.
first. Game on.
We were chatting off the air about a certain chemical in the body which can alleviate stress. It's called
140.
serotonin. And I get the feeling that Leighton could use some of it right now. And it happens in the body, in most people, naturally,
180.
when they just smile a bit.
Yep.
Now, that 180 will make him smile. At least it should.
55.
I just get the feeling that if he smiles a bit more, and you look at the end of that game with Benjamin and Reese, even though Benjamin lost it, he
59.
smiled because he enjoyed the match.
Yeah.
And I get the feeling that's what Leighton needs to crack on with the next couple of days.
41.
Enjoy playing against different people.
What do you hear so often in sports broadcasting? A happy player or a happy fighter is a dangerous one.
81.
And that, comes down to many factors, but one of them is the chemical balance in the brain.
57. $40.
208 points away from serving up
44.
another 4-0 to Leighton Bennett.
141.
But he's got the impetus here in leg 4. Seeing more and more people going for treble 19 first on
57.
141.
Mendoza's
And it
require
makes a lot of sense.
164.
Because if you get a single 19, then at treble, you can go 25 for tops.
And if you get the treble,
60.
I suppose it's the switch to
Leighton
the
require
48.
84.
Yeah. Person who started to do that more than anybody else is Gerwin Price.
I never even thought about it until he did it.
It's double 3.
70.
Just came out of the hand late.
Mendoza's require 104.
That's due to the acceleration of the forward motion of the throw. Oh, what a dart that is.
92.
That is a match
Leighton
start
requires
missed.
6.
Only by the thickness of a wire.
Game shot on the fourth leg.
Leighton does get a
Bennett.
chalk on the board.
First leg of the day. Something to build on. And it is a break of
Fifth
throw.
leg,
So
Leighton
this
to
one
throw first.
could be
Game
far
on.
from over.
58.
I know I've said it a couple of times already, and you have too, Chris, but it just feels a bit quick. And it wasn't like that
81.
at the start of his first game. He looked relaxed. He tweeted about a better mindset today.
Well,
97.
I had a look back to that exhibition he did with Phil at the Tower of London. I mean, that received so much media attention. And it was just on the
24.
back of Phil Taylor announced his retirement. I think he rescinded his tour card. So Phil was playing very, very well at the time. It was only 10-8.
58.
But I put a stopwatch on the coverage of that and then went back to the coverage of this yesterday just to try and analyse, see if there's a difference in pace
29.
and speed. Very little in it. It's a bit more time at this point, but once the dart is into the throwing hand and the three are thrown,
140.
not a lot in it at all. Marginal.
Yeah, I think it's a very small thing, but with the naked eye,
But what is
45.
quicker
Leighton, you require
is the acceleration
148.
through the throw.
yes, from dart 1 to dart 3, it's getting quicker and quicker and quicker. And that's not what you
60.
should do. If you look at some of the most rhythmic players in history, I mean, you look at someone like Gary Anderson, who at his peak, it was
Barneveld.
it was like watching
43.
Andre Rieu
Leighton,
with a
you require
violin.
88.
It was that good. Double 10.
78.
Well, even though he missed there, that was a better dart because, in a funny sort of way, when he had to reset there, it actually put him in a better position.
85. Leighton, you require 10.
He cannot wait to get to the hockey every time.
Game shot
Good
on the
leg.
fifth leg. Leighton Bennett.
Back in it now.
Back-to-back legs.
Sixth leg,
He
Mendoza.
might just have his Lithuanian opponent a little
Game
bit
on.
worried. Because if he doesn't hold his own throw here, things are going to get a bit sticky.
100.
4-1 was the victory for Bennett over Mindy yesterday. And he did post his best average of the day as well, 91.04, with 4 hits on the double out of 7 attempts. That was something that really caught our attention. We thought that maybe towards the end of his session he was
81.
starting to find his best stuff.
He picked up on something that I wouldn't see. That's
97.
Twitter or X page. He went out for a walk. It's something that Ronnie O'Sullivan took up, and he, as you know, he loves doing running and
100.
long runs. And having read his book and going a little bit deeper, he actually used it as a release of anxiety
82.
to produce dopamine. And if you are of a nervous disposition in terms of darts, exercising will release the tension from the
60.
body and replace those chemicals with positive ones.
Yeah, we are starting to see that from a lot of elite dart players like Ross
44.
Smith.
Mendoza's
And
require 100.
I'd love to see somebody do a gym challenge against Ross Smith. He's a machine at the minute.
Well, the golfers actually introduced a lot of that, haven't they, in
60.
the last couple of decades, where they will have a personal trainer in with them to do certain stretches and just release some tension.
100.
You probably don't know this,
Mendoza's
miss.
require 100.
Let's see if Mendogas can take this first. He's gone for 2 double tops.
40. Leighton, you require 100.
Bring up that point in a little while. Well, him hitting that 60 is about a 10% shot now. I think the left-hand side is better.
I think bull's better.
Flight was hit. Was never going to go in from that side unless
56.
it was so
Mendoza's require
precise.
60.
It would have to be surgically precise to get in from that angle. Double top. Match dart 3.
21.
And not for the first time this week,
Leighton,
he does
require
push
64.
a shot at tops to the right.
That push is from the short backswing, isn't it?
32.
You can see that
Mendoza's
dart leaning
require
over.
39.
I do get the feeling that tops is better for him than double 16. Can't say that about Mindy because he wins by 4 legs to 2. And he gets his second win of his campaign in this group. And he will better his leg difference by 2 as well. Not a great game average-wise, but still very intriguing to see how these guys have progressed from round 1 to round 2. And now we go to game 5, where Benjamin takes on Connor, and this one could be very tasty indeed.
This is the MODUS Super Series. $182.
Joe Taylor, Garrett Tilley, and board 2, Craig Nixon, Robert Young.
Welcome back to the break. Borowskis got the better of Leighton Bennett by 4 legs to 2 to double his points tally to 4. Right, next up for us, it is Conor Heenahan in action against Benjamin Drurus. Big game this one at the top of the table. A win for the Dane would put him level on points of Heenahan on 10, and it would give Rhys Griffin the opportunity to open up a three-way tie at the top of the group. Let's get into this one with Paul and Chris.
Yes, let's get into it. We haven't seen Conor Heenahan since that very first game of the day, so he's had a nice little mid-morning break to digest that 4-2 win against Borowskis.
Yeah, and the matches for Leighton Bennett come thick and fast, don't they, a little bit later. So he will be benefiting
First leg,
from,
Connor to throw first.
well, a bit of a breather.
I think he could use one. It's been a tough morning for Leighton so far. But now we divert our attention from the bottom of the table
57
towards the top. We have the top 2 in the table as it stands playing in this match.
180.
We could get the best stats of the week in this game, I think, because they'll both understand just how good their opponent is.
100.
Yeah, and I think they'll both feed off of each other. Connor won the tie yesterday 4-2 with a 92.16.
We didn't get a great deal of attempts at double yesterday in this fixture either. Only 16
96.
with 6 conversions. That's really good. But that was at a time of day where they were playing their 4th game, not their
60.
second.
Yeah, a little fresher in this tie.
What do you think that last performance yesterday was down to with Conor Heenan? Because
140.
we're talking about a player who
160.
got up towards the 95 mark average-wise in the game yesterday, and he dropped by 25 points from that top level in his 5th game. Was it just a bit of
99.
first game tiredness or
108.
first day tiredness? I beg your
Yeah, I
pardon?
think it was a combination of possibly fatigue. Double 16 for a beauty.
76.
And I think the fact he was
Benjamin,
playing
you require 62.
Barauskas, who had not won a game up until that point, and he probably felt that it was just a case of, right, I just got to go through the motions.
44. Conor, you require 32.
Historically, you see Heenan on tops a bit more than double 16.
Game
And that is a
shot on
really
first
good
leg,
dart.
Conor
The
Heenan.
first one, not good. Second one, okay. Third one, spot on.
Second
Looked
leg,
to be
Benjamin,
a lot of
throw
tungsten
first.
in the
Game
way.
on.
I'm trying to think off the top of my head. Who's thrown the heaviest
100.
dart here at the Super Series? Because we all know that Ryan Searle on the Pro Tour throws the heaviest dart. I think he's on a 34-gram dart now.
60.
He's gone up by 2 grams this year. I think it might be Ryan Palmer. I think
Yeah.
he's got a 28-gram dart.
was quite commonplace back in the day.
180.
That's his second max of the match.
We've got you on notice today, haven't we,
27.
Mace? Because we've got a very interesting game in Game 11.
Yeah, right up my street. Leighton against Reese.
85.
That can't be an accident. That had to happen at some point.
140. Benjamin, you require 136.
136 does have a couple of avenues. This is the most used route for a 136.
120.
Although he could have used the 16s.
Yep, 2 treble 16s for tops. Is not unusual nowadays.
130.
Well, Connor's lost 2 things there. He's lost the flight and the ring through the flight. I hope he's seen that. Is that a marker or is it too close?
No score.
Too close.
Connor, you require 140.
Another. He will be livid with that dart. Anything but
120.
short
Benjamin, you require
is what he was
16.
thinking. It's a bit like having a 6-foot putt and leaving it just short of the hole.
And he's leaving these short.
No score. Connor, you require 20.
This is a gift. Is that too close? Or can he manufacture the angle? That's a horror show.
Yeah, in the comms box if he keeps going any more left.
10.
First dart,
Benjamin, you require
you can get past
16.
that, but that second dart, that really was very hard to navigate. He's having a nightmare on double 8.
11. Connor, you require
That is
10.
9 darts at double 8 in this leg, I believe.
No score. Benjamin, you require
no words.
5.
He's just done a Taylor.
Game show
Well,
on the
there you
second
go.
leg, Benjamin
How has he won that leg?
Rose.
He will not believe that it's taken him 12
Third leg,
attempts
Connor
to get his
to
first
throw
leg in this
first. Game on.
contest. We can wax lyrical about these players, but the human element of darts,
140.
it's always a surprise. Maybe he's just feeling a bit too hot in that on-fire dart shirt. If I were him, I would have worn something with a
60.
fridge on it.
Yeah, especially today. It is a scorcher.
To be fair to the players, and indeed to our
57.
organisers here, the temperature inside there is very good.
Well, it's near perfect conditions, isn't it?
125.
Where was the hottest place you ever played?
Match play. Winter Gardens. Can't remember. It was the year that Dennis Priestley, I think, passed out because of the
81.
heat. Yeah, we were melting. It was just so hot. Well over 100 on
140.
stage.
Yeah, I never liked playing there, whether it was good conditions or not. I once played at an open in a place called Punch Bowl in New
84.
South Wales. It was shortly after I went back to Australia post my first World Championship, and I wanted to play 2 Australian ranking tournaments before I came back to the UK for UK Open qualifiers.
139.
When I went to that Punch Bowl event, it was 52 degrees inside.
Oh, my goodness.
My black dart shirt that I had on
99. Benjamin
was actually
Unicorn,
stuck to
91.
me in every place. Bullseye? This would be so ironic. Oh,
Game
he
of the
couldn't
Benjamin
buy a
Burris.
double. And then he goes and hits that bullseye just like that. Conor Heenan's going to feel really,
Fourth leg,
really
Benjamin to
aggrieved.
throw
That is
first.
so darts.
Game on.
It's a bit like someone who buys a ticket for Alexandra Palace.
100.
They've never been before, and then they have one night and they walk out and say, I'm so darts. All other stuff aside, that was a
45.
wonderful bullseye from Benjamin.
Well, he had to be a bit creative, didn't he? That's what made it even more impressive. And then, of course, his
60.
the memories or bad memories in the mind of leg 2.
60.
I've just noticed as well, he's got quite a short sleeve on this dart shirt.
57.
And I think that is something that young players can learn from. If the sleeves on your dart shirts are too long, especially in hot conditions, they are going to get in the
85.
way. So you're better off having a half-length sleeve like that instead of it going towards the elbow joint. You want that to be free.
Yeah, well, it'll stick. Like I say, as you get warmer and start to sweat, upon release, as you can see, the arm extends out of the sleeve of the shirt. It just
95.
starts to
Benjamin
grab, and it's annoying.
104.
Who do we see? It's Lawrence Ilagan, isn't it? He puts his up out of the way.
3-1
76.
could have been his and may still be his when he comes back. But it's those little differences that can make such a massive impact.
140.
1%
Benjamin
in
Unicorn,
10
28.
areas is massive.
It's the left-hand side of the board again on a red double. But this
Game on
time,
the fourth leg, Benjamin
he has
Burris.
kicked into a very advantageous position. He wins this game. He will join Heenan on 10
Fifth leg,
points.
Connor to throw
And
first. Game
Reece
on.
Griffin is only 2 points behind, remember. I tell you who said this in the world of golf once, and I've never forgotten it.
140.
Somebody asked the great David Toms, the former PGA champion, if he could change anything about golf, what would it be? And he said, the length of my
55.
left sleeve. Because every time before a tee shot or any shot, he shortened his left sleeve with his right hand. He said he wished his right sleeve was longer than his left.
140.
Wow.
But he said he didn't want to have it made like that because he would look silly.
44.
Now, of course, they wear the compression tops, don't they? Well, you used to play in one, didn't you?
Yeah, that was a game changer.
100.
No sweat anymore, and especially in slightly colder conditions, you keep yourself at such a base temperature.
190. Connor Clark, 100.
And, of course, then you got no issue with the playing shirt sticking to the skin.
65.
That's free advice from us. Fair play to Connor. He's been put on the rack the last 3 legs.
Doesn't Makura Suzuki also?
43.
Yeah, she uses
Connor
the-
Clark, 56.
It's the compression sleeve that she just
Yeah.
slides up the arm.
Game
Oh.
on the fifth leg, Connor Heenan.
Sliding into a 14 darter there, Conor Heenan. Now, the doubles percentages in this game are
Six leg Benjamin
not
to
good,
throw first.
but they're
Game on.
all because of one leg of darts. The rest of the stuff has been really good.
You know, I say Don't base a game
30.
sometimes on the numbers. If the numbers have been affected by just one leg, it doesn't make the entire game a poor one. Just means they've had
45.
one poor leg.
We do have a good chance this week of having another country represented in
100.
Champions Week, which will be at the end of October, because at the minute it's one man from the Netherlands and 3 English players. We are
60.
still yet to get a female player to Champions Week. I am sure that will happen at some point in the near future. It could even be this week because Trina Gulliver's playing. Wouldn't that be a
180.
story?
That's 5 180s from Benjamin.
140.
Doesn't need another. Unless we go to a 7th leg, of course.
60.
Could happen. After just a 60, Connor can find at least another treble.
100. Benjamin,
That's
you're
only a ton, but he gave
131.
himself every chance of getting a 140 or 180 there. He's had a 157 today. This is actually an easier shot.
91. Connor, you require 156.
Not this time. Benjamin, who is
100.
3 from
Benjamin,
16
you
on the
require
doubles. But like we
40.
said, if it wasn't for that second leg, it would have been miles better. Double 10 for 2 valuable points.
30.
He's let it
Connor,
slip.
you require 56.
Single 16. Leaves tops. Made sure of that. 2 in hand. 10s.
46. Benjamin, you
There
require
has been a lot
10.
let slip in this game. Double 2.
8.
Round the houses.
Connor,
How
you
many times did we
require
say that
10.
yesterday? Double 5 has been really pesky for a lot of these players in a day and a half's play. And it is once again.
Game show
There
the
it
sixth
is.
leg,
We are
Connor
going to leg
Heenan.
7. Benjamin might need a 6th or 7th 180 just to get the win now.
7th and final leg, Connor to throw first.
I do believe
Game
7
on.
is the record for an individual game by Josh Payne.
Yep.
Connor hasn't got any. Check. He's got 1.
180.
Perfect timing, Nico. And he's not had a 9 darter yet this
125.
week.
Yeah, get your finger out, Connor.
Did go back to back yesterday, didn't he?
66.
Missed the 7th treble.
And he did pull a face as well. You think he's going to get one this week?
60.
It wouldn't surprise me with his record of 9s. That has to be on a Thursday, I'm afraid.
I do believe he's got 4 in the last calendar year.
97.
It might just be around 13, 14 months. Because he got one in Ireland, he got one in Southampton, he's got 2 here.
21. Connor, you require 158.
But if he gets these 2 points, he's going to think it's December 25th.
100.
There is no way that he should have won this game. Now, he should. Because that previous leg,
100.
he should have been dispatched.
Connor, you
And this
require
is going to
58.
feel so good. But the smiles that we got earlier from Benjamin might be turned upside down
Game,
because
shot,
he's now
and a
lost
match,
it
Connor
by
Heenan.
4 legs to 3. He's still philosophical about it, but he knows the Dane that he shouldn't have let that one slip. But Heenan goes to 12 points in the table, and now he's got a 4-point cushion at the top over Benjamin and Rhys Griffin, who can get a little bit closer to him when we come back after the break, but Anton Östlund stands in his way.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. And have we just seen a sliding doors moment in Group A? Conor Heenahan now opening up a temporary 4-point lead at the top of the table, getting the better of Benjamin Dororus by 4 legs to 3. The Great Dane, it felt like, missed 101 darts at double in that particular match and missed the opportunity to go level on points at the top of the table. Right, Rhys Griffin can move in 2 of Heenahan if he can get the better of Anton Ostlund here. Watching this one in commentary, Paul and Chris.
Thank you, Henry. And this one was a bit of a cracker yesterday. It went to Rhys 4-3. They went 5-6 each of 2, which worked out to be about right. 92.16 the average for Rhys, 93.56 for Anton.
First leg, Anton.
I mean, Rhys averaged 92.16 with 12 darts, missed it a double. And of course, it had the beautiful 1-4-4 finish from Anton in there.
Did you just go full on Frank Carson there? It was a cracker.
It was a cracker.
100.
Yeah, don't have comedians like him anymore.
No, it'd be cancelled.
But this is not a funny matter, especially when it comes to the last one for
57.
Benjamin, who has found himself 2 losses in 2 rounds today. Bit of work for him to do if he wants to stay in the race for the top spot. But I suppose this one is
60.
all about whether Griffin can get to 10 points in second position or whether Ostlund joins Benjamin and Rhys on 8 points.
Yeah, for Rhys, he's just got to keep the pressure on Conor.
81.
They do have to play, of course. The 2-point swing can be turned in favour of Rhys.
96.
And he'll be aware of that. So it's a must-win game for both. Ultimately, for the same reasons.
99.
To close the gap on lead leader. Yeah, that one. Conor Heenahan.
99.
Just been having a look at the stance as well of Anton Ostlund, because we've waxed lyrical about his throwing technique. For a lot of people,
44. Anton, you require 100.
the technique of the throw actually starts with how you stand. And if you look at how Anton is addressing the board,
44.
for me, it's about as picture perfect as it gets.
Well, you could say that about both.
Yeah, Rhys is a little bit more side on, but still
60.
looks extremely comfortable. The worst thing you can be
Anton, you require
when you're addressing the
102.
hockey is uncomfortable. Look at that. 45-degree foot. Right hip in the right place. Right shoulder in the right place.
Everything in line.
Indeed.
You could draw a line
54.
all the way down
Please require
through
160.
the dart in the backswing position. If it was pulsed, run it down right through the feet, right along the hockey, up through the board. If he's going
100.
for a treble 20, that
Anton,
line
you
would be
require
bang
48.
in the middle of the treble 20.
Double 16.
32.
Ostlund handing
requires
chances
60.
to his opponent. That is something that happened in his previous match, but he wasn't
Game shot on the
punished
first
for them.
leg, Reese
This
Griffin.
time he is. He had 21 darts at a double in his first game, and he hit 4 of them.
Second leg,
Leighton
Reese
Bennett
to
couldn't
throw
take advantage of
first.
any of his misses.
Game on.
But this is a very different proposition against someone who has had their very young career. It's past. Now we look at Reese Griffin 2.0.
96.
Yeah, it'd be interesting. I'm not sure he's given advice to Leighton Bennett in terms of
140.
just be patient. It will all work out in the end, and Reese is a perfect example of that.
I think there are 2 different types of people
100.
sport, potentially, but definitely in darts. You may have someone who's in Reese's position who sees a 17-year-old prodigy just
97.
having a bit of a pause at the minute and maybe a rebuild. He can either watch them stew and make sure that you're not
58.
feeding an opponent, or you can put your hand on their shoulder and say, "Do you know what? I know how you feel. I know what you're going through." And I get the feeling that Reese
123.
is the second kind of kid.
Yeah, he's a really nice guy.
I was actually speaking yesterday to another prodigy, our good pal Kevin McDine.
Yes.
141.
Canny.
Lives south of the Tyne these days.
99. Reese requires 67.
We'll forgive you, Kevin. But you are a southerner now. Double 16 for Reese, but only just.
So are you, pal.
I am way below the River Tyne. I'm below the Thames.
Game shot on the second leg, Reese Griffin.
Anton is about 3 feet under in this game.
Yeah, you couldn't be much more south, could you?
I'm almost in the
Third leg,
channel.
Anton to throw first. Game on.
Having said that, here on the south coast, we could almost throw a cricket ball into the English Channel from where we're from.
100.
Not actually that far from a ferry terminal. So if you are a dart player from northern France, you could get here quicker than someone from the
95.
Midlands. Other things that go through your mind when you're walking the Gunwolf on a Saturday morning.
What a lovely trip as well, that would be.
140.
I think that's what Tebow did.
Yes.
I think he drove here. Well, Tebow probably did it in a Renault 5. With some
140.
garlic hanging out the window.
Very French.
We love him. And I love that French darts is getting its recognition at the minute with Tebow and with Jacques Larbe. And
100.
I'm sure there are more players going to come through. And you would hope so, because they are trailblazers, those 2 guys.
Yeah, it was something we touched on yesterday. It may take a time for it to
58.
sort
Anton, you
of
require
process down the line,
161.
but it will at some point. There will be an influx of French players just
60.
from the attention they've both rightly received.
I wonder who Reese Griffin idolised as a youngster.
95.
Because he's in his
Anton, you require
mid-20s.
101.
So that's late 90s going into the early noughties.
Richie Burnett.
Richie Burnett, yeah, of course. Probably a bit young for Marshall James.
85. Reese require 113.
Beautiful first start. Can he make Anton pay?
Game
Yes,
shot
he
on the third
does.
leg, Reese Griffin.
Wonderful shot from Griffin. 3-0 lead. Leg difference is looking very rosy if he gets the next one.
Well, last time
Fourth
out,
leg
Nico,
race to
he rightly
throw
picked up
first.
4 from 4 on
Game
the
on.
doubles. Well, if you include that game in this one, he's 7 from 7.
Yesterday we were talking about
140.
Griffins, how they were mythical. This is a doubling performance today of mythical proportions.
Yeah, this is stunning.
60.
Shouldn't have had the shot, though. That's the thing. It's not as if Östlund has not had
96.
shots at the outer ring himself. He has had 3.
Yeah, they both had 3 darts at a double each. One's not hit a single one. The other's not missed one.
140.
Have we had an 8 from 8? It's sticking in my mind somewhere that we have.
58.
But I'll have to double check.
Yeah, I think you're right, you know. I think we have had a 2-game stretch where somebody hasn't missed a double. It might come the way of Reese,
140.
depending on what Anton does next. But his confidence has got to be so high at the minute.
140.
Because that throw is getting even more silky smooth.
161.
'51. And the bull. He's only gone and done it again to save the match. He did it yesterday with a 144.
What a match saver that is. A 12 dart, 161 out. Wowzers.
Fifth leg, Anton to throw first.
He's 3-1 down,
Game on.
and he has just impressed me massively.
And he's averaging 96.5. He's had to take out a 161 to stay in the game.
60.
Tell you what, he's not from the land of Thor because Thor's from Norse mythology. But that was a hammer blow, that one.
57.
You might not get a better finish all week than that one. It's
Apart from the Thor that's the former world's strongest man, of course.
58.
Yeah, don't ask me to pronounce his name, Nico. I'm not doing it.
Does it end in SSON?
100.
I like the origins of names because yours is... Mason is from...
Stonemason.
Stonemason, of course. I am son of Nickel. At some point, apparently a good friend of mine told me that there's actually there's a Nicholson clan in Scotland.
43.
And I think over the last couple of minutes,
93.
Griffin has just had to absorb that 161 shot. He's done a pretty good job of it, getting himself to the halfway point of this fifth leg.
60.
And he does have at least 6 darts for it. We're inching closer to the end of this match.
99.
And in a weird sort of way, I'm already looking forward to these two guys playing each other tomorrow. Or has Anton got something else up his sleeve? He's not going to leave a
60.
finish this time.
Raise your whore 152.
Touche, maybe? Not touche.
95.
But he might still be the winner. He is going to get a match start and an opportunity to be 4 from 4 on doubles for the second consecutive game. It genuinely
100.
doesn't get any better than this,
Raise your whore
doubling wise.
57.
Can he do it? I think all he wants to do is stop Anton from getting a shot. Well, it's not
Game
4 from
shot.
4,
And the match
but it's
Reese
visit
Griffin.
perfect for the day. Absolutely sensational finishing from Reese Griffin of Wales, who after 2 rounds of play has got himself maximum points, and he is now within 2 points of Conor Heenahan once again. There you see the 161 from Östlund. That was the only shot that he took in the match, but it was a heavyweight hit. But he wasn't good enough to beat the Welshman on this occasion again. We'll take a short break, and when we come back, we'll have a little survey of what we've seen today, and then it will be Benjamin playing Leighton in Game 7.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where we are 2 rounds down for action here on Tuesday morning at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. And joining me up here on the balcony, as always, dressed suitably for the occasion, it's the asset, Paul Nicholson. Let's have a look at the results from our first 2 rounds of matches then, shall we? Because we've seen some twists, we've seen some turns. Conor Heenahan 2 from 2, but it's fair to say he hasn't had it all his own way, though, so far.
No, he was a little bit fortunate to get some match shots. In his second round match. Benjamin should have put him away, he knows that, but sometimes you've got to take those wins when you can get them. It's been a really entertaining couple of rounds though, some great finishes, and I think Rhys Griffin takes all the plaudits. So far he's been close to perfect.
Talk about Rhys a little bit more in just a second. Let's talk about Conor Heenahan and the way that he finished that game against Mindauskas Barauskas, that 1-5-7 to seal things off. This is a touch of class.
Yeah, big finishes are great. They're superb to save matches, like we've seen from Anton Östlund. But these are particularly sweet to finish somebody off. Now, look at what Barauskas had. That was double 10 to take it to a 7th leg, and you just don't know what's going to happen after that. That was killer from Conor.
But was that most important game, that game against Benjamin, who now knows that he's got snookers to make up in this group?
Yeah, it's not just getting 2 points. It's also denying someone who's close to you their 2 points. So it's creating that 4-point cushion for now and constantly palming people off to say, number 1 position's mine, you're not having it.
Well, I asked Chris Mason this morning about Rhys Griffin and whether it might be a case of day 1, yes, he played very well. How is he going to react on day 2? If anything, he's showing better signs today.
Much better. I think when someone comes in to a new hockey, a new setting like this, because he's not played in Portsmouth before, we can give somebody a little bit of rope. Maybe you can have a couple of edgy games at the start, but then we start judging you by what you do after a couple of days. Sorry, Rhys, but we're going to start judging you by very high standards now, because today he's been flawless.
Well, it's time to play one of my favourite games here at the MODUS Super Series. Is it in?
Did you hear that eye roll, by the way? it was not in, because if you look at dart 3 here, it was going to hit treble 1. That defies physics. We need Richard Feynman to figure that one out. That was weird.
That is something for one of those weird and wacky scientist programs. Maybe we'll get Harry Hill's one of those science programs, you know, they do on the telly every now and then.
Oh, yeah, like How To, something like that, yeah.
How for now? Anyway, let's park that for now and have a look at the league standings after a couple of rounds of fixtures, because it is Hino who is top of the pile. He's on the Darty dozen. Rhys Griffin just in behind on 10 points. Drew Roos on 8. Östlund on 6, Barauskas and Bennett beginning to kind of get cut adrift at the bottom end of that table.
Yeah, just a little bit. I think that was a really big win for Mindy against Bennett a little bit earlier on. He still has a chance, but by the looks of it, with games running out already, we're towards the midpoint of the group. You fancy that a little bit of a chasm is going to open up potentially over the next couple of rounds. And if that's the case, then it's playing for position. And Group C seems to be calling the name of the bottom 2 at the minute, but it's not over yet.
It'll be interesting to see what we're going to see over the next couple of rounds of fixtures. And that kicks off with Benjamin Rus up against Leighton Bennett. Paul Nicholson's going to make his way down to the commentary box to describe all the action in the company of Chris Mason.
Thank you, Henry. And yet another fascinating tie. Leighton Bennett, for just his own confidence, needs to find a performance so he can move in the right direction. But Benjamin, who is yet to find a win today, going down narrowly to Rhys Griffin 4-3.
Throw first. Game
And
on.
then edged out 4-3 against Conor Heenahan. He'll be keen to right the wrongs in this one. So a tough match for Leighton Bennett.
97.
And he's using a different flight. He's dropped the skull flights, the black and white ones, onto a solid yellow flight.
85.
Will that be a change of fortune for him?
140.
Again, just a little lift on dart 3.
59. 109.
He narrowly missed a max in the visit before. And he's piled on in there, and is the change of flight
78. Leighton, you require
going to be a
84.
change of fortune? Well, no need to go 14 ball with his
52.
opponent back on 2-2-4. You return double 16 after just 4 visits to the board.
93. Leighton, you require 32. Game
And
shot on
pins
the
it.
first leg.
First
Leighton
dart.
Bennett.
Oh, why on earth was he using the other flights?
Second leg, Leighton to throw first. Game on.
And again, back in. Pretty sure it's the
100.
same stem. Delighted to be joined by Paul Nicholson after
60.
sprinting down the stairs. A change of flight, Paul, and well, an impressive opening leg, 13 darts.
Yeah, it's the same stem,
44.
different colour flight. I'm sure it's the same composition, whether it's a different micron
85.
count, because that's how these flights are measured in thickness. But by the looks of it, it doesn't look that different.
58.
He's still playing very quickly, and he's still laying that dart off a lot when it comes towards his jawline. So nothing's changed in that regard. It's just a change of colour, and sometimes that makes a big difference. And I am a fan of yellow.
44.
It's got nothing to do with the fact that the NFL starts this Sunday and the Steelers are my team, but everybody likes a bit of yellow.
45.
Maybe not people from Ipswich, because they don't like Norwich City, but
100.
we are into early September now. It's a beautiful week here in Portsmouth. We will
45.
treasure every
Leighton,
little bit of
require
sunshine that we get until
155.
things start to turn to brown and red in the autumn. Actually, my favourite time of the year, autumn.
45. Benjamin, you
I
require
love
127.
the autumn-coloured clothes.
Bit like the colour of Benjamin's hair.
55.
Slightly
Leighton, you require
autumnal.
110.
Remember that line from Ghost? You like it? Autumn sunrise. I know I'm such a movie nerd, but I'm also a bit of a darts
98.
geek
Benjamin, you require 72.
and proud of it. Can Benjamin be proud of this checkout?
32.
Well, Bennett's going for a
Leighton,
2-0
you
lead
require
here,
12.
and Benjamin is not having a good day.
No
Oh,
score.
no.
Benjamin, you require 40.
And it was such an encouraging
Game
start
shot on the
from
second leg,
Bennett.
Benjamin
The
Drury.
13 dart break of throw, but unfortunately missed
Third leg,
opportunities
Benjamin
in
to
leg
throw
2 to
first.
double his lead.
Game on.
And you don't want to be letting Benjamin in. Although he's lost his opening 2 games,
140.
Paul. They have been by the narrowest of margins, just the odd leg.
Indeed. That's darts for you, especially
What, against
best of 7.
the 2 players above him.
So you wonder at this stage if winning Group A is going to be a step too far on debut.
100.
He might have to do the old 5-day qualification routine. I was learning a little bit more about Benjamin overnight from
42.
my good friend Daniel in Denmark, sending me a bit of information about his youth days. So
91.
we know that Benjamin has got incredible English from what we saw in his interview yesterday with Henry.
58.
So what's to
Benjamin,
say
you
that it's
require
not Benjamin
170.
that's going to give Leighton some good advice in the practice room, because he's been through the Scandinavian ranks when it
32.
comes to youth darts.
$119.
What should have been a 2-0
Benjamin, you
lead
require
for Leighton Bennett
138.
could well be a 2-1 deficit in a matter of 3 darts, or even 6.
$121.
Well,
Leighton,
that
you
wasn't
require
on purpose, but it's not the
147.
worst approach I've ever seen.
99. Benjamin, you require 17.
4-4.
13.
And that miss at twos means
Leighton
Bennett has a
York
chance for
48.
the lead again. I like the 8 here. But then
Game
again,
shot in the third leg.
he's got the
Leighton
darts in
Bennett.
his hand, and he has executed it this time.
Well, if you can use the marker and place it
Fourth leg,
where he
Leighton
put
to
it,
throw first.
if you see
Game
from
on.
a lot of players nowadays, it was an advantage. However, if he comes
57.
on the outside of the double, then he's in a world of trouble. As you say, the dart lays across the target.
Now let's just have a look at the
100.
extension of dart 3 here from Bennett. I'm fascinated by it. Look at where the hand is going.
100.
That elbow joint is opening up with the hand at 180 degrees.
And that's what's creating the
95.
rotation.
Indeed.
That's why the darts are going to the
60.
right. And interesting there on dart 3, the actual release of the hand and the extension was pretty perfect.
100.
He's very natural at the minute. But like some other players who have come through the youth ranks,
85.
maybe not at the same age as him. I look at someone like Ross Smith. You look at the early days of him playing at Lakeside and the way he plays now, night and day.
Yeah.
138.
How he throws now is not how he's going to throw in 4 years.
59.
Everybody
Benjamin
evolves.
Urquhart, 68.
Including the GOAT, Phil Taylor. His throw over the years changed.
36. Leighton Urquhart, 140.
Stay there. He would have loved a shot
84.
at double
Benjamin
10
Urquhart,
for that big out.
32.
Benjamin for another level game has had some problems in the bottom left corner today.
No score.
And they continue. And what a
Leighton
chance this
Urquhart,
is
56.
for Leighton Bennett to move 3-1 up and go within a leg of giving Benjamin plenty to think about.
36.
When he's on that
Benjamin Urquhart,
right corner of the
32.
board, whether it's sixes or tens, particularly on a third dart situation, he seems to be pulling it low.
It's a drag, isn't
No
it?
score. Leighton Urquhart, 20.
It definitely is a drag when you're missing 6 darts at double 16. It's happened again.
No score.
It's happening on tens.
Benjamin
It's happening on
Urquhart,
sixes.
32.
It's happening on twos. It happened on threes as well. Well, look on the bright side. It's not double 16 anymore.
Game shot on the fourth leg. Benjamin Droris.
You see what we did there? We just turned the narrative into a positive.
Absolutely. Turn that
Fifth
frown
leg. Benjamin
upside
to
down.
throw first. Game on.
We were talking about Danish dart players yesterday. We mentioned
60.
Perscow. Wasn't he the dart player that played Eric Bristow, the infamous headbutting celebration?
Yes, that's the one.
He didn't flinch, did he?
No.
100.
Where was the smiler from?
Oh,
Jarkko
Jarkko.
Kumala.
Jarkko's from Finland.
60.
Yeah.
The guy who beat me in the same event twice in 2 years. Oh, that was great fun.
59.
Yeah, that was my trip to Finland. Jarkko first round.
Oh.
9:30 in the morning. I was out by 9:45. Job done.
135.
What a trip that was.
Yeah. Never play anybody who, in your dialect, it's the same as them throwing you away, because in Northeast slang, if you get
97.
yarked, it means you've been thrown.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I definitely got yarkoed.
Same.
85.
I tell you, he was a really good Danish dart player. Brian Sorensen,
Yes.
former British Open champion.
Yep.
Superb player.
46. Benjamin Urquhart, 161.
We are very much in an era where players
60.
are having to relocate to get maximum opportunities. Well, it was no different back then for your
83.
Russell Stewart,
Benjamin
Terry
Urquhart,
O'Days,
101.
etc., and the Scandinavian players.
I think the The one person who
49.
took
Late
that
in
to
your
the
war,
next level for the very
116.
first time was Gary Player. He was travelling from South Africa to the United States on 5 planes.
Wow.
And then 5 planes home.
And then to try and play 4 rounds of golf.
Yeah. And then everybody said, well, you would have won more majors had you lived in the United
56.
States. And he said, I didn't
Benjamin
want to live in the
Leroy,
United States.
52.
I want to live in South Africa.
Hey, he didn't do bad, did he?
Yeah, he did pretty well.
12. Late in your
Still in
war,
good nick as
60.
Gary.
But there is the question, how many would he have won?
4 or 5 more, probably.
Game shot of the 5th leg,
Well,
Leighton Bennett.
5 legs done, and Leighton Bennett has got the lead. Yesterday, the tail of his
Leighton
tape was
to
constant
throw
improvement
first.
through the
Game on.
day. He may not think it, but it's happening again.
57.
That tells me it could be a nerve thing, an expectation.
Yesterday, we looked
Thing.
at it from averages. Today, we're looking at it from
59.
legs. First game, no legs. It's kind of the same feeling when you take to the stage for the first time. No legs.
97.
Leighton Bennett gets 2 legs in his next one. Now he's got 3, but can he double his money from round 2 to round 3 to get the 4 that he wants for
140.
the first 2 points of the day? He wouldn't go up the table by winning this game because Borowskis has got a better leg difference than him by
140.
quite some distance. But it would be disastrous for Benjamin
138.
if he walks away with a 3rd consecutive defeat.
Well, I put the curse on him anyway because I said to Henry I thought he may even improve today because I was so impressed with him yesterday.
37. Benjamin Leroy, 164.
He can still win it.
100.
And that last start
Leighton
helps
Leroy,
his cause.
170.
And when you're struggling, them kind
60.
of things happen all the time.
Benjamin Leroy,
Just left of
64.
target.
That's actually a really good dart for him because it takes him away from double 16.
Game shot in the 6th leg, Benjamin Dreris.
Proof in pudding.
7th and final leg,
Benjamin
Benjamin
is
to
now
throw
involved
first. Game on.
There was,
in his 3rd consecutive 7-leg match today.
there was interesting there that there was a smile on
85.
Benjamin's face, as much as to say, "Look, mate, you're getting too angst about it. It's a game of darts, son." You could sense the
100.
feeding off the disappointment and frustration of his opponent. He just sort of smiled at him.
I think we could all do with
100.
A bit of Benjamin.
a little bit of Benjamin. I've been watching a documentary recently about
96.
longevity, and I've told you all about it. And it's fascinating listening to communities from places like Costa Rica and Japan,
140.
and they just don't believe that stress is worth it. It's actually
84.
proven
Benjamin
that
Leroy, 142.
putting yourself under extra stress ages you terribly.
110.
Was in a winning position, but didn't get a match
57.
dart.
Benjamin Leroy, 32.
Now, can he put it right on double 16?
No score.
It's happening again.
Leighton Leroy, 164.
2 treble 19s. Not this time.
124.
That's a great approach.
Benjamin Leroy, 32.
Be warned, Benjamin. Be warned. Oh, it's double 12.
Again.
Serendipitous?
20.
Not this time.
Leighton Leroy, 40.
Double top to edge it. Double 15. Oh, it's
Shot
right in the
and a
corner.
match, Leighton Bennett.
This is a weird day for Benjamin Dreris because he's just losing 4-3 every single time, and Leighton Bennett jags it with a double-double finish at the end. Not on purpose, though, but still, it's 2 points in the bank, and he now goes to 4 points in the table. When we come back, it will be the middle match of the day, and it is Mindaugas up against Anton.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. So before the break, Leighton Bennett got the better of Benjamin Dreux by 4 legs to 3. So victory there for Bennett, derailing Benjamin's hopes possibly of going through. Next up for us, Mindauskas Barauskas up against Anton Osland. So for Osland, victory here would put him on a level with Benjamin. Whilst for Mindauskas, sorry, victory here would put him level on points with his Swedish rival. Right, let's get into this one. It's Paul and Chris on comms.
Thanks, Henry. Yeah, Anton won this one yesterday, 4-1. Very impressive on the finishing, 80%. An average of 93.73. That was with the darts, against the darts in the repeat of the tie today. 60. And a day so far for Anton. A 4-0 win over Leighton.
57.
And then a 4-1 defeat against a very impressive Rhys Griffin, where he averaged all the 8s, but did have that beautiful 161, Nico.
Yeah, best finish of the week so far. We've seen his personal best from yesterday of a 144 bettered by Heenahan. Then he's taken it back.
41.
But it's all about points at the minute. Osland is very much in the middle of the pack, currently
100.
occupying a spot for Group C in Thursday and Friday's play. I think, based on the way he plays in the middle of the schedule, based on what we saw yesterday,
37.
this is an important game. And also, his game against Heenahan in Game 12 may stipulate
40.
what his goals could be for tomorrow. Having said that,
84.
the Lithuanian number 2
requires 76.
is a different proposition today
Game shot
because
first
he's
leg,
hitting doubles
Mindauskas,
quicker
Barauskas.
than at any point in the last 24 hours.
Yeah, don't say
Second
we
leg,
don't
Anton
give you
to
anything,
Thoreau
because a
first.
little earlier
Game
we
on.
picked out Barauskas to do the business against Bennett at 13-8, and he duly obliged comfortably.
60.
You are welcome. We do get it right sometimes.
100.
I think Rhys Griffin's going to be chomping at the bit at the minute.
60.
He's got Conor Heenahan next, and we know how somewhat fortunate Conor was to get that win against the Dane in
100.
Game 5. And without a shadow of a doubt, today it is Griffin who is the best player so far. What's he going to do against the table topper? Can he reel him in? And strangely, when you consider
83.
there's only one spot up for grabs here in Group A to qualify for Saturday with 2 days off. That's actually the right
41.
result for Anton Osland. He wants Heenahan to be halted at 12 points by Griffin,
98.
but ultimately he wants that to happen after he beats Mindaugas.
Absolutely. Moment.
100.
Barauskas is looking very, very comfortable. It's certainly at the early stages of this encounter. Again, he was made a
100.
big outsider in this tie.
160.
11-8. Anton, the 8-15 favourite.
60. Anton, you require
Lots of
100.
people on our social medias comparing Barauskas with Carl Frock.
60. Mindauskas, you require 100.
Can't say I'm surprised. Spitting image. Oh,
60.
very close.
Anton, you
Super
require
effort.
40.
He showed you where it is. It feels as if Anton is just always under
Game shot the second
pressure
leg, Anton
in this game.
Osland.
typically stoic Swede.
Third leg,
Mine's
Mendoza
double
goes
top
to
with no problem
Thoroughfares.
there.
Game on.
Congratulations as well to Luke Humphries, who picked up yet another Pro Tour title yesterday.
100.
9-darter en route. Also, well done to Kevin Dowitz, making a final.
And to Vincent van der Voort, who
Yes.
got a 9-darter yesterday as well.
97.
Absolutely.
Don't just hand out those 9-dart pins in the PDC. I know that because I haven't got one.
100.
I haven't someone nicked it at the awards do at the Dorchester.
Some jealous fop, obviously.
80.
Someone who didn't get one thought, oh, there's one on the table.
100.
Not a fan of that kind of behaviour.
No, especially on something like that. It was always a beautiful night at the awards do.
We do have a couple of birthdays today.
Ooh,
60.
Our good friend
Mendoza
Suzanne
Group
Smith,
121.
England international lady player.
yes,
It's her
happy
birthday
birthday.
today. And to Nick Rolls.
Oh, happy birthday, Nick. He's actually done a bit with us, hasn't he?
Yeah, he's been a referee here at the Super Series.
97.
Happy returns to Nick.
Pretty sure he did a bit of spotting as well, didn't he?
Probably. He's a jack of all trades. Or should we say he's a Nick of all trades?
45.
Well,
Mendoza
we'll let
Group
this leg go,
24.
Nico. We better have a bit of on this darting day.
Game shot
Well,
the third leg. Mendoza
Mendoza is starting to turn into maybe the player that he is in front of our very eyes.
Fourth leg
Yesterday,
Anton to Thoroughfares.
he missed a lot of doubles.
Game on.
It's not happening today.
And he's beginning to get some results. He's averaging over 95 right now.
41.
Do you want to start back in the day?
Yeah.
And we're going to go with the Belgium Open in 1993. Won by
60.
the great Steve Beaton. He beat a player in the final that I've never heard of before. Heikki Herminen. Sounds very Finnish.
Yeah, I've
100.
heard of him. Not a player I know too much about, but a player I've definitely heard of.
Simon Whitlock was winning
140.
Dart Players Australia events back in 2004 and 2009 on this date. Interesting for the greatest Australian player of all time. And it was a
60.
big day in Spanish darts in 2009, this, because back on the 5th of September 2009, it was the very first Spaniard
97.
in a Pro Tour final in Carlos Rodriguez. So there's a little answer for you.
$100.
A couple of years ago, Gerwin Price won the Hungarian Darts Trophy for the very first time.
100.
First outing of that event, and it will be taking place at the end of this month as well. The third showing of that.
New venue, isn't it?
Apparently.
180. Mendoza goes
Well,
around
Ostland
104.
sticks himself on double 10, but it's not in his hands. We don't currently have any events in Sweden in the PDC
88.
or
And
Lithuania.
you require 20.
Maybe in the future.
I went to Poland this year for the first time,
No
and
score.
that was a massive success. Wasn't
Mendoza
Yes,
you
it
require
was.
16.
But this is Portsmouth, where worlds collide at the MODUS Super Series.
Game
And
shot of the
it is
fourth leg,
Mindaugas
Mendoza's
Barauskas 3,
Sparrowskis.
Anton Ostland 1. This has got the apple cart turned upside down.
Fifth leg Mendoza goes
So
to
an apple
Thoroughfares.
turnover.
Game on.
Stop it, you're making me hungry. And he's not slowing down either. This is a really good performance from Mindy. Mid-90s stuff. When you consider what he's done in his first 7 matches in this group,
60.
he's had some decent stuff in there.
Well, Conor Heenahan had to take out the 157 to deny him an opportunity to go 3-3.
Indeed. And he was averaging his best
26.
in the entire group at that point. of high 89s. So this is a huge influx of improvement.
Yeah, then he took care of Bennett 4-2.
140.
Now he's 3-1 up against the impressive Anton Osland.
Did you see that facial expression there from Anton? He's
100.
starting to become quite grumpy cat. We like a bit of fire in the belly.
Well, our good pal Jim McEwen got in touch and he said, is there a little bit of Mark Durbridge about him?
About Anton?
Yeah.
121. Anton, you require 170.
You're probably better qualified to answer that one.
Well, no.
He's trying to better his own personal best there.
87.
This should be some way to finish this
114.
contest. He's not going to do it with a treble 5.
42.
No, 83. Anton may only get a dart at the ball.
He's not going to save his skin this time.
43. Mendowski's you require 72.
Can Mindy put him away?
32.
No, he can't.
Match
3
start.
hits from 8.
Yeah, match start has come and gone, and he would have ended with a 90-plus average had the tops gone in. A reprieve for Anton and a break of throw opportunity.
Anton looking a bit warm on the stage at the minute. But finding the mark there, wonderful double 10. Just waits for confirmation. Sometimes it's the right thing to do. He's very much alive in this game now with that break of throw.
Well, rightly so. The referee doesn't want to move unless he's 100% sure.
Game on.
More often than not, you wait for the walk of the player.
You ever been to Lithuania?
No.
I haven't either. I've heard many good things about Vilnius and the surrounding areas.
140.
I haven't actually been to anywhere in that region of the world. Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania.
I went to the Romanian Open, and that was beautiful. Cold. It was in the winter, which I didn't find pleasant, but architecturally and just the people.
100.
Very, very nice.
Yeah, I've never been to Romania. That's very high on my European list. I've watched a lot of YouTube channels about the cuisine.
Yes.
100.
I hear from a lot of my North American friends that they're very jealous that we've got so many different countries and cultures on our doorstep. Do we take them for granted a little bit? I think we do.
57.
Well, we can be guilty of not being particularly adventurous.
100.
Me and you love to explore and try different types of cuisine.
I'm going to be brutally honest right now, and people know this about me. I don't understand the whole British mentality of going to Benidorm.
60.
You know, going to somewhere that's got a better climate and expecting exactly the same as what you've got at home.
Yeah, they go for a fry-up and for a typical British pint.
Anton, you require 144.
I tend to go to, if I ever go to southern Spain, I try and find somewhere that has got no English people.
I did exactly that a few years ago, at 17 or 18, and I went to a part of Spain that
58.
spoke very little English, and literally all the food was local speciality, as was the wine.
Sounds like fun.
100.
I think I had a great time.
Anton, you require 86.
Mindy right now is thinking, come on, Anton.
Give me a go.
Don't do this to me. Keep holding your breath, Mindy.
Game shot the
You
six
can let
leg,
out an
Anton
exhalation now
Osland.
because you've got another leg to play.
Well, in match 3, you predicted there was going to be a lot of 4-3s.
7th and final leg,
Well,
Mendowski.
there was one in match 3, there was one in match 5, there was one in match 6, and now we've got one in match 7. Mystic Nico.
Didn't predict that, though.
180.
That's a third 180 in this game. So if you have chosen to go for 2.5 180s or more, as your bet for this one, you are in the money.
60.
Remember, gamble responsibly, over 18s only, and begambleaware.org.
100.
He was on a 9-darter there, just like Labanauskas was at the World Championship against Mike De Decker a couple of years ago. I remember that very, very well.
100.
He ended up losing the match.
You did that one on comms for TalkSport, didn't you?
81.
It's going to have to be a brilliant 9-darter to beat Willie Boland's. That was a great radio 9-darter.
Yeah, remarkable. This has been a brilliant leg.
121. Mendauskas require 140.
I think he's handling the conditions better at the minute. Very little sweat on the brow.
120.
And that far away from a 12-dart finish.
Well, he's used to fighting 12 rounds, so he's super fit. In front of 80,000 fans as well.
That's only round 8 over the course of 3 days. But do yourself a favour, Mindy. Don't miss.
Require 20.
Mindy doesn't miss. Sounds like a movie. But it is a 4-3 win for the Lithuanian in what was a fabulous game of darts. A personal best average here at the MODUS Super Series for our good friend Mindy, 93.77, and the doubles are very effective at 40% as well. Anton loses ground towards the top of the table. He's now 6 points behind, and Rhys Griffin has got a match in hand, as has a certain Conor Heenahan. The end of round 3 happens next.
This is the MODUS Super Series. $182.
Every Saturday, we open our doors for our weekly finals night.
For a unique and intimate darts experience.
Meet the Dart Stars and even the team off the telly
Here at our purpose-built venue in Portsmouth.
every single Saturday evening.
Tickets can be booked via this QR code
Or at www.dartshop.tv for a very small booking fee.
Follow us at MSS Darts on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, and TikTok.
For all the latest ticketing news.
All you need to do, log on, book, turn up, and the action gets underway from 7:30 p.m.
So what are you waiting for?
Get your tickets to the darts.
We look forward to welcoming you to the MODUS Super Series very soon.
Well, it's been a day of tight, tense drama so far, and before the break, Mendauskas got the better of Anton Uzland in a last leg decider by 4 legs to 3. So as far as Barauskas is concerned now in the group, he has moved himself onto 6 points level with the Swede. Right, next up for us, it is the top 2 going toe-to-toe. Conor Heenahan taking on Rhys Griffin. A win for the Welshman put him on to 12 points. Heenahan wins. There'll be a 4-point gap at the top of the table. Both players are going to get their jaws stuck into this one. In the commentary box is Paul and Chris.
It's all smiles at the minute. I wonder who's going to be smiling at the end of this one, because this is a big game. We said that separation might happen in the middle of our schedule today. Griffin on 10 points,
First leg,
undefeated
Reece to
today.
throw first. Game on.
Heenahan also undefeated. Someone's Tuesday O has got to go. But as far as Heenahan is concerned, if he wants a little bit of comfort, beating his opponent here will give him a
57.
4-point cushion with 2 games to go. He would be guaranteed, Mace, at least a share of the top spot at the end of the day if he wins this game.
97.
Yeah, and this one yesterday was won by Conor Heenahan, 4-2. There was a couple of crucial missed doubles from
93.
Rhys, but all in all, a very good performance from Conor. 94-48, 3 180s, 4 out of 9 on the doubles, a high finish of a ton. Anything around that kind
57.
of number today will put him in a good spot to win. I've been very impressed with Rhys today, but a completely different type of game because
43.
he may have felt like he was expected to win all of his other games. This one comes with some added pressure because of the importance of
96.
staying in touch with the league leader.
I think this game is a bit like fishing. And you might wonder where I'm going with this. Rhys has got Conor on the hook if he gets a
58.
decent start. But if he tries to reel that fish in too aggressively, he's going to lose it.
Agreed.
140.
So just patiently chip away. And the aim is to get to 12 points with Conor at the end of round 3, or indeed
86.
the end of round 8
111.
in this group. We are getting past the halfway point at the completion of this 9th game of the day.
Double 16.
79. Reece, you require 164.
Needed 2 treble 19s and ball.
92. Conor, you require 32.
He's had a few problems down in this neck of the woods, just like Benjamin.
Always seem to find the double 8. Not on this occasion.
24. Reece, you require 72.
1 missed double all day so far. Double top.
For the
Wow.
first leg, Reece.
It
Griffin.
just continues.
90% his doubling over the course of the last 3 games.
Second leg, Conor to throw first.
I tell you what, the only person I can say who has done that before, from my recollection, is Johnny Clayton.
85.
When he played James Wade in a 19-leg match, and he was 90% on doubles for the entire game. It's one of the best performances I've ever witnessed.
Yeah,
96.
it was a record over the distance, wasn't it? Well, it is Players' Championship 21 getting underway in around about an hour. Again, we'll keep you up to
41.
speed with any results, but a couple of tasty-looking draws. Johnny Clayton against John Henderson.
Henderson, who lost out
35.
in week 3, of course, losing out to Fallon Sherrick in the semi-finals. Ultimately, she would lose out in the final to Moreno Michels.
Gary Anderson against Jim Williams, and the very informed Cameron Menzies taking on
45.
Gezi Price. That's a tasty one. A battle of the Vans. Devort against Barry Van Peer.
100.
That brings up a really good point, actually, because what you have in the challenge to our order of merit at the minute, now that race for the top 2
100.
spots
Reece, you require
in the challenge tour
170.
ends at the end of October. And we have one person playing this week. In fact, there's 2. tell a bit of a lie.
56.
It's 2 players who still have a chance of making the top 2 in that list to get a place in the World Championship and a tour card for the next couple of
41.
years.
Razor
One of them
bar
is Heenan.
114.
He's in 10th position, but he's going to have to go great guns at the end of October. And the other one is Owen Bates, and he plays later in the week.
58.
But there is a bit of a problem when it comes to the end of October, because if Conor Heenan qualifies for Champions Week, he's got a problem.
139. Reservoir 56.
He'll cross that bridge when he gets to it. Griffin, tops. He's missed one.
46.
First time today he's missed doubles at a visit.
50.
Yes. Will he return for 2 5s?
Game shot on the
what a
second leg.
class.
Conor
Oh,
Heenan.
that is in the middle of double 10. Chris Dobie against Richie Burnett, another one that stands out off the page.
Third leg Reese to throw first. Game on.
Michael Smith against Mensa Sulovic.
I'm just wondering how Richie's getting on. After
57.
getting his tour card 18 months ago.
I think that run at the UK Open was a huge lift, but I still think he has a bit of work to do.
134.
Yeah, he's currently projected at 72 in the world. Whether he remains on tour at the end of 2023 or
40.
indeed doesn't return to the tour in 2024, he'd probably be one of the first names invited to come back here.
Yeah, for me,
85.
and I mean this with all the respect in the world, I think for him, he's one of the players that'd be better off not having a card, doing Challenge Tour, and then
100.
getting in a position where he's in the first reserve list for playing on the Pro Tour, because then he could. I think for Richie, he's the type of player that needs to be playing a lot of darts. I don't think he's
60.
getting enough darts, and of course, he's playing well enough to more than win some senior events.
I want to get your input into something I heard in the last 12 months. I'm not going to
41.
divulge who said this because that'd be unfair. But somebody who works in this industry said dart players are inherently lazy, but, it's a very big but,
85.
if you give them somewhere to play and an amount of games to play in that day and tell them where to go, they will work hard.
Yeah, and I think
40.
the later you are in
Conor
your career, the
137.
having to practice becomes a chore. It's you just don't want to do it. So if you're
85.
playing and you're just ticking over by playing and you don't need to practice, I think that's when you get the best out of a player.
So that makes something like this, it makes the ADC circuit vastly important. And we've heard from some people in the last
140.
week or so
Conor Heenan 52.
just what the ADC has done in giving people somewhere to play. Willie Borland was shouting it from the rooftops.
12.
How was that
Reservoir
missed?
83.
Yeah, I think with the combination of this, the seniors, Challenge Tour, being on the reserve list on the Pro Tour, I think that's, for some players, I think that would
58.
suit their game better. I mean, John O'Shea,
Conor
he went best
require
part,
40.
as a lot of players did, nearly 2 months without any competitive darts.
Tops again for Hino, and this
John
time it's a
McCurley,
break of
Conor
throw.
Heenan.
He's taking full advantage of misses at double now that Reese is giving them.
Fourth leg Conor to throw
4
first.
attempts,
Game
1
on.
hit.
Giving each other too much respect, Nico?
I hope not. It's nice to give respect
45.
to everybody that you're playing against this week, but you've got to be ruthless. You can't share the prize money at the end of the week. It's yours and yours alone. You can only fit one name on a check.
121.
Somewhat hypothetical thing to do because nobody uses checks anymore. Apart from Happy
96.
Gilmore, of course. He used to collect the big checks in the back of his car.
Yeah. Still such a great film.
100.
Yeah, it was on social media quite a lot recently because of the sad passing of Bob Barker, who
Yes.
actually had a fight with
90.
Happy Gilmore in the movie and won.
$55.
Just not at the same level as earlier, scoring-wise and doubling, because they're both in the 70s here. Just how fortunate is Heenan getting here? But he's making his own fortune with that first 180 of the match.
180.
Well, I agree with you that the good fortune is the fact that Reese is just having an off game.
Double 15. That was aggressive.
No score.
Oh, no.
Reese, you require
That wasn't part of the
104.
plan.
No, back to 90.
Never take the single numbers for granted. I think he did the right thing there. The 48 was covered.
48.
How many times do you see it?
90.
Somebody goes back to their original shot and they get it the second time around. Is it the case? It isn't.
40. Reese, you require 56.
Very risky, chasing the treble. Tops. Can he find his finishing
Angel of
boots?
the
He does
Foreplay,
this
Reese
time.
Griffin.
We somehow have a level game.
Yeah, he's got a dreadful
Fifth leg Reese to
doubling
throw
percentage here, 40%.
Game on.
I mean that in all sincerity as well, because we judge him by the highest standards throughout the course of the day. But on the bright side,
81.
he's utilised a little bit of fortune now that he's got his throw back, and it's now a best of 3 game to get those 2 points.
96.
We're getting closer to your favourite match of the day, mate.
43.
Leighton versus a certain Griffin.
Bit of Leighton Reese.
Yeah, we'll dig into the career
85.
of the great Leighton Reese in Game 11. If you want to learn a little bit more about the man from Innisbowl, please stay with us for the next couple of matches. Not just that, but to see who comes through this one.
190.
And Reese is making his move.
Yeah, finding his first max of the match.
44.
Just how damaging is that bust shot on 90 going to be for Connor? It seems to have galvanised Griffin
100.
and halted Connor.
$58.
He's coming up
Reese, you
troubleless
require
way
97.
too often now. Double 12.
85.
The lead might still be his. He's already hit double 6 today on a lovely 92 checkout. Pressure applied.
140.
Everybody
Reese,
likes
you
double
require
6,
12.
but nobody likes what happens if you go too far left of it. Well, it's not too far left. At least you're still on double 6. But
Six.
that's what I'm talking about. Double 3, you can never really
Reese, you
attack
require
it.
78.
And he really had to, because Connor with that 140 to leave 78, he could turn things around again. But not getting a shot to double
38.
from that position
Reese,
is a
you
clear
require
error.
6.
Got to give it a go. And he
Game shot
does.
the fifth leg, Reese Griffin.
I'm always impressed with someone who hits double 3 on the second dart.
It's just making that.
6 leg Connor
adjustment,
to
isn't it?
throw first. Game on.
And the up and down adjustment on a low double is always difficult.
You know what we should do?
90.
We should have a MODUS Super Series compilation of facial expressions. Because that was a corker from Reese right there.
93. 93.
You know that Connor's a passionate player. We've seen how disappointed he has been at losing weekly finals in the past.
134.
But even this early in the week, if he was to lose this game, averaging in the high 70s, he'd be devastated.
96.
Or is he just boiling up to something? Is he just finding his way into a winning position, and maybe he's going to find his best on Wednesday, because he's done that before.
$105.
Very sensible from Connor. Now he doesn't need the bullseye for that checkout.
Oh,
how good was that last dart from Reese?
117.
How apt could it be? Double top.
77.
Wow, how close
Razor
was that?
requires 76.
That was to stay in the match and extend it to yet another last leg decider. Or can Reese find tops? Doubling today has been deadly.
56. Connor, you require 40.
Eno breathes again.
No score.
But he's not hitting the target.
Raise, you require 20.
It's not the game that I thought it would be. It's looked edgy.
Very. This double five could be edgy.
Game.
But he
shot,
finds it.
And the match, Reese Griffin.
And it's a 17 darter to get over the line. Only a 78 average. And I can assure you, he will care not. What he cares about is the fact that he now joins Conor Heenan on 8 points. In fact, he goes to the top of the table on legs 1. 29 for him, 26 for Conor Heenan. So all to play for at the top of the table. When we come back, Drew Roos takes on Barauskas.
Well, big seismic shifts in that Group A table before the break as Rhys Griffin got the better of Conor Heenahan by 4 legs to 2. This is what we've seen so far today. 9 fixtures down, 3 rounds down for a day, 2 more of them to go. That's what we've seen, and this is how it correlates. It's now a 2-way tie at the top. Griffin ahead of Heenahan by virtue of legs 1. They can't be split on points. They can't be split on legs difference. Benjamin Durieu's 4 points further back from that pair. But he can move himself temporarily to win 2 if he can get the better of Mindaugas-Barauskas. But a win for the Lithuanian would mean that things get very interesting in the race for the final spot in Group B. So watching this one in the commentary box, it's Chris Mason and Paul Nicholson.
2 more rounds to go, and it's time for Benjamin to kick in because today has not gone his way. He's actually the only person not to get a win today. And if you'd have said that to me at 9:29 this morning, I would have said,
game on.
You're pulling my leg. But if you'd have said to me that Barauskas would have 4
60.
points in his first 3 games, I would have said, maybe I can go along with that. It is the case. So the reality is, no points today for Ben,
100.
4 for Mindy, and now we'll see who gets the next 2.
137.
Yesterday's fixture between these two. So Mindy lose by 4 legs to 3 in
95.
what was a very similar match to what we've just seen, in fact. Rhys Griffin with 14 darts at a double, hitting 4. Conor getting 14 darts at a double, hitting 2. But both averaging in the 70s, and that's exactly what happened with Benjamin and Mindaugas yesterday in Game 6.
100.
It is at this juncture that Henry is correct, that we start to look
45.
at what is possible for the top spot and indeed for second and third position as well. Because if you do not win the group, but you finish in the top half,
58.
you will graduate to Group B, which is evening sessions on Thursday and Friday, as opposed to afternoon sessions on days 4 and 5 here in
83.
Week 5.
Benjamin Durieu 148.
I'm not really sure why
Mindaugas Durieu
Benjamin
131.
decided to stay on the 20s there. The 18s should have been his calling card. Show off.
120. Benjamin Durieu 103.
Slammed the second ball in to leave 11. A dangerous approach. Well, the issue now is
87.
missing
Mindaugas Durieu
the big 3.
11. No score.
That's the problem, you see. That wasn't
Benjamin
the problem, that
requires
double 17.
16.
It was the one before.
Will it be costly?
Double 4.
12.
He is having a shocker in the outer
Well,
ring today.
he's having the kind of
11.
day on the doubles Barauskas had yesterday, isn't he?
Yeah, very, very fair to say it. And most of the problem has been in the bottom left corner.
3.
Let's see what he's like
Benjamin Durieu
in the bottom
4.
right-hand corner.
And he throws a very neutral dart, so
Game shot on the first leg.
shouldn't
Benjamin
be a
Durieu.
problem. It may be just gauging the length on the bottom
Second leg,
left.
Benjamin to throw
Giving his
first.
darts a little
Game on.
wipe.
Here's the reality of the situation for the Dane. He hasn't won his first 3, but if he can get out of
30.
today with 2 wins and get to 10 points, he's still got a really good chance, in my opinion, of making Group B.
140.
Absolutely.
And that must be the motivation now, because you can see that Heenahan and Griffin are starting to push for the top. They are 4 points ahead of Benjamin.
44.
And this, if he can win it against the Lithuanian, would get him within 2, but he'll have played 1 more match. And they're not
60.
playing each other anymore. Griffin plays Bennett next. Heenahan plays Ostland. That's the end of round 4 on Tuesday.
Yeah, and in the final sequence of games, Rhys will be playing
97.
Barauskas. And Conor will be playing Leighton. A Can't really see too many points being dropped there by the
100.
league leaders.
We haven't seen enough of that today. That first dart being planted.
190.
When it does, that happens frequently.
45.
Are we just
Then
starting
you
to
require
see
150.
Borowskis tire a little bit after what's been a really decent spell of darts for him today? Oh, hello, double 18.
132.
That would have been an
Mendoza's require
immaculate 330 and
156.
6.
We like that.
Yeah, we like a good 6-dart conversion.
Especially when it involves 5 trebles and a double.
130.
Preferably
Benjamin, you require
double.
18.
Needs to find some comfort on one double.
14.
Just doesn't seem to have it on any of them.
No, he's just not got it on the end of his throw. There's a bit of a lunge into the dart.
Game
That's
shot
a lovely
second
dart.
leg, Mendoza's
You can see how much that
serve.
means to him. He's trying to squeeze the lemon for all its juice today.
Yep.
Third leg, Mendoza's to throw.
The juice is usually worth the
Game on.
squeeze.
He's putting it through a mangle. He's trying to get that much out of it.
58.
Sometimes a little bit of extra work on something does give you a better product. You want to make the best mashed potato, you might want to use a masher or a ricer, but then if you put it through one of those really fine sieves, that's when you get the proper smooth stuff. So you just
123.
need to work a little bit harder sometimes to get a better result.
And about a pound of butter.
59.
You and James Martin were separated at birth, weren't you? You love a bit of butter.
Anything gouty.
85.
Denmark is very famous for its cured meats and things that are preserved because they get some pretty harsh
85.
winters. And they're also famous for their beer, aren't they?
Yes. Yeah, absolutely. I went to a fabulous restaurant where they actually,
140.
the restaurant was amongst the brewery and all the vats. It was amazing.
You know that Denmark used to have the best restaurant in the world?
60.
I didn't.
Benjamin, you require
Used to be a restaurant called
153.
Noma. And one of their courses was lettuce and ants.
Oh,
Game
Oh,
shot
look
the
at
third
that. That's
leg,
3
Benjamin
Michelin stars
Drewes.
from Benjamin Drurios. 153, his best finish of the entire
Fourth leg,
week.
Benjamin to
yeah.
throw
293 and
Game on.
6.
Yeah, apparently those ants taste like orange.
Oh, wow. I want to know how someone found that out.
100.
Sometimes don't ask what foragers get up to. Someone's probably picked up an edible flower, eaten it, thinking that tastes like orange. Oh, there was an ant on it. Oh,
85.
that tasted nice. I think the chef was called René Redzepi.
I did eat in a restaurant in London that
125.
they used a lot of flowers, edible flowers, that added flavour to a dish. A little bit bizarre. but
46.
And sometimes you just need to put a little bit of extra stuff on top, like those 153 finishes. It might be something like that that gets him going for the rest of the day, because look at what he's doing.
190.
I'm hearing the word click. Something has clicked.
60. Benjamin, you require 96.
It's the kind of thing we're waiting for Leighton Bennett to produce that would just give him a bit of confidence, and he's up next against Rhys Griffin.
80.
This is the benefit of having such a great mindset that Benjamin has, because he's been put on the rack
43.
in 7
Benjamin,
legs
you
3
require
times today.
16.
Yeah, he's gone through the ringer and the rack.
Surely this time. Yay! He's
From the
found
fourth
double
leg,
ace.
Benjamin Drewes.
Not that you'd know it. About as much emotion as a chess piece.
Yeah,
Fifth
giving
leg,
absolutely
Mendoza's
nothing
to
away.
throw first. Game on.
And absolutely no eye contact whatsoever.
That's the key, isn't it?
Yeah, there'll be none of the fist bumping and good luck, mate, in the last one if it goes that far.
96.
That was always my thing. I never looked my opponent in the eye during a game. The last time I'd do it would be when you shake hands at the start, and then hopefully when you're shaking their hand at the
57.
end.
Or not.
I tell you one thing, I never looked Taylor in the eye during a game
58.
ever, because the moment he gets you, because he physically tried to get you engaged.
Yep.
So I would purposefully look away, and he hated it.
I loved it. So when
95.
I'd become wise to it, and you'd get a new player come along that really started to do some stuff, and they qualified for their first sort of TV tournament, and they were on the same
121.
session as Phil. Phil would have him over. Do you want a couple of practice games, mate? And I'd look and go, oh no, that's you done, son.
Yeah, James Wade did that to me once.
100.
Never again. I do get the feeling that Benjamin's
97.
progression and the fact that he's got his dad here with him, who obviously knows what he's doing, his progression through the youth ranks.
58. Mendelska's require 100.
I think he's a very ready player.
He's a very level-headed player, which is something I was immensely impressed with yesterday when he had a chat with Henry.
91.
Yeah, that's a miscount, Nico.
Yeah, he was getting a bit confused when
82 and 72.
95.
he did have
Mendelska's require 38.
the other one. At least this time he is on a double. Sometimes when you miscount, you don't leave a double,
22.
but I get the
Benjamin
feeling he was
Warren,
left
96.
confused there, and there wasn't really a great deal of patience before that visit. He could pay the ultimate price in the game. Not to be
48.
on the 76.
Mendelska's require
Using the treble 12
16.
there wasn't the worst idea.
Game shot on the fifth leg.
He's going to have to do it all
Mendelska's
again to
Sparrowskis.
try and get the win, and hopefully get a game done before we go to leg 7.
Yeah, double
Six
eight's
leg
been
Benjamin
elusive.
to
but
throw first.
not in
Game
the
on.
last couple of legs. Max, look at the room.
109.
Maximum number 3.
Called it when that first dart's planted. He does tend to follow.
81.
It's like that song they used to play at the lakeside all the time. Follow the leader, leader, leader. Follow the leader. And it goes on and on and
45.
on.
Oh, you're going to break into Baby Shark or whatever it is.
60.
Oh, do you remember when Mikuru came out of that for the first time? Lit the place up. It was brilliant.
Well, her personality will light up any room.
Absolutely. What a lovely lady.
100.
Owning one of the shirts that she wore during the defense of a world championship. One of my prized possessions.
45.
Gonna get that framed soon, actually. I'm gonna stick it on the wall.
$60.
Well, it's only 60, but it's a very comfortable position here. Could be 2 and 2 for Mindy today. 2 wins and 2 losses.
133. Benjamin require 116.
Chooses not to go the 19s route, but why would you when you've been planting that 60 most of the last few legs?
96.
Well, he'll be back for the match with Mindy back on 182. He's going to put a hole in it.
82. Benjamin, you require 20.
14 darts at a double and 3 hits. Double 5.
Game shot.
That's
And a
better.
match.
He
Benjamin
finally gets his
Lewis.
first win of the day, and he does have a chance of getting 2 if he beats his Swedish friend Anton Östlund in game 14. But for now, that's a really good improvement. That 153 checkout might just be the catalyst he needed to catapult himself towards double-figure points by the end of the day. When we come back, we're not just going to talk about Bennett and Griffin, we're going to talk about Leighton Rees as well.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Benjamin Dorose has picked up his first victory of the day, getting the better of Mindauskas by 4 legs to 2. 3 maxims in there, and that highlight 153 checkout as well. Well, next up for us, it is Leighton and it is Reese, and it is now time to head back into some darting nostalgia with Chris Mason and Paul Nicholson.
Yes, it is. We missed our opportunity yesterday to talk about the first ever world champion, but we'll get into that in a second. Because, first and foremost, this is a superb opportunity for Rhys Griffin to widen his gap at the top of the table. I bet you didn't expect us to say that a couple of games ago. But now that he's beaten Conor Heenahan by 4 legs to 2, he turns his attention to Leighton Bennett. And now 14 points is within his grasp if he can break the throw and get 4 legs in this contest.
Yes, top versus bottom.
58.
Tie yesterday.
140. $93.
Was won by Rhys comprehensively, 4-1, with one of Rhys's
59.
best performances, 94-81, couple of 180s, 40% on the doubles. Well, Leighton was perfect on the doubles when he got a go, but he only had 1 go, and he hit it just the once. 180, 85-44 the average. And you think he's going to need something similar today.
He started pretty well in his previous game against Benjamin, but that 180 might just change things.
60. Reservoir 77.
That hasn't changed throughout the day. There's been a lot of small 20s for Leighton.
Yeah, low darts, which could be an overgrip issue. And
37.
a timing of release issue.
Reservoir 84.
Or a speed of release. Someone did ask me the question, what difference does it make with how hard or quick you throw the dart? Well, if you think of a dart as ultimately a very, very aerodynamic object, if this dart is thrown at such a speed or velocity upon release, it will lose its aerodynamic qualities because it will just climb up in the weep. So the dart is eventually, ultimately, the point facing the ground, the flight facing the ceiling. So what happens there, of course, it drags against the air. It will then
60.
Try and overcorrect before ending up in its position of entry to the board. But look at that. There's very little weep and wibble. So the throw is effortless,
83.
thus having more control.
Should we talk about Leighton Reese then?
Yeah.
Well, you called it. Leighton Bennett.
57.
Is he named after Leighton Reese? I wouldn't be surprised. Maybe it was his birthright. But the very first world champion from 1978 from Innispool in South Wales. One of the great names. And I remember when I was a kid having some Leighton Reese flights. They were my pride and joy. They were pear-shaped grey ones with his face on.
Yep.
I wish I still had them. But what a player, but not just a world champion from 78. The story is a lot more in depth than that.
Yeah, absolutely. The first
66.
sort of darts that were the forerunner to what we see today was the Indoor League, and
140.
Sid on his travels
32.
got to know players called Leighton Reese, Tony Riddler, who hit the first 180 on the Indoor League. Alan Evans and Leighton himself. Leighton, of course, the only player ever to win the Indoor League twice, and went on to win the 78 World Championships. But
60.
what he and Alan Evans did in their quarter-final meeting changed the game forever, in my opinion, and it gets forgotten. And we'll just watch this find the target.
Well, that's a bit mucky, isn't it?
No score.
Whatever Benjamin from Denmark has been going through, it's catching.
And I'll tell you why it changed the game forever, because the averages produced in that quarter-final were unheard of darts of that time. And by the equivalent today on the equipment and the size of the board and the technological advances, they'd be close to record-breaking averages of today.
Absolutely. Now, if you look at the finalist, as we get our first 180 from Leighton in this game, the finalist of the 78 World Championship, John Lowe, averaged 86.7 in his quarterfinal against Tim Brown. That is a great performance.
Yeah, stunning.
Then you go to Reese versus Evans. Evans lost the game with a 94.8. Reese with 97.5.
Yeah, the TV executives of the time and even the newspapers, it was unheralded. It was numbers that were unseen in the world of darts.
84.
They were remarkable. And that changed the game forever.
Just to paint the picture, when he played the semi-final, he beat the great Nicky Verashkel of the United States in the next round.
104.
He averaged
really struggled.
79.8.
Yeah. And went on to beat Lowy. And then, of course, very nearly defended the title. And
121.
Leighton's era of darts, where people feel double 14 for 3-0 in the blink of an eye, where people feel he was at his absolute best, was pre-77, so during the indoor league era. Because if you speak to Lowy and the late Eric Bristow, as I did for many hours and drove him up the wall over the years, and Cliff, they would tell you Leighton over 7'6" was absolutely unplayable. And of course, in 77, the
game shot on the third leg,
throw
Reese Griffin
became 7'9.25", which there was two throws. One was 8 foot, depending on what part of the world
Reese to throw first.
you were, or what part of the country you were in, and the other length was 7'6", which was traditionally used in the UK. So it ended up as 7'9.25" because of the introduction of the metric measurements and everything else. And although he produced that massive average, he was known over 7'6" to hit that regularly. But of course, the averages weren't really recorded back then in money racers, which him and Alan Evans were ultimately famous for, because there was no real prize money, so they had to play money racers.
Yeah, I heard a lot in my young days about people who play money matches.
140.
And the stories you heard about Alan Evans and Leighton Reese were borderline mythology.
Yeah, hustlers.
140.
Well, Reese is hustling Leighton here.
And the Welsh, of course, won the first ever World Cup of darts.
59. Reese require 164.
Back in 1977.
And they are the current World Cup champions in the PDC.
64.
Just emphasising how strong they actually are. My last thing about Leighton is that the first game he ever won in the Indoor League in 1974 was against a guy called Des
100.
Stab. What a great darts name that is.
Of course, he ended up having a street named after him in his hometown, didn't he?
Now that's greatness.
80.
Yeah, Leighton Reese
Leighton, you're
Close.
144.
I wonder if you can get a house there. We know where Reese Griffin lives. He lives at the top of the table. But by how much? Double 10. Gets him across the line. 18 darter in the last leg. And he cruises to a 4-0 victory against Leighton Bennett. It is to be 14 points for Reese. And his leg difference has gone to plus 12. He's the man to catch now. But can he be caught by the end of the day? It's over to you. And in game 12, you take on Sweden's Anton Östlund to keep pace.
This is the MODUS Super Series. $182.
4-2, Craig Nixon, Robert Young.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. So it's a case of Reese Lightning here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. He's got the better of Leighton Bennett by 4-0 before the break. And so that puts him on to 14 points to clear Conor Heenahan, but he can pull back level if he gets the better of Anton Osland. And in the commentary box, it is Paul Nicholson and Chris Mason.
Yes, thank you very much, Henry. And I suppose it's a very different proposition now for Conor Heenahan, because after he lost to Rhys Griffin in Game 9,
First leg, Anton to throw
he knew that
first.
there was a
Game
possibility of coming into this penultimate match of his day that he might be chasing instead of protecting. And now he is 2 points behind and 4 legs behind in the leg difference column.
60.
So he's forced to beat Anton here. And if he doesn't, Rhys has got a chance of being the leader on his own overnight going into day 3. He's made his move.
On moving day, yeah, this is the final game of the 4th cycle of matches.
100.
I'm sure he didn't expect to find himself in this position, having to win just to keep pace with Rhys Griffin.
125.
Some people have made their move today, and some people have almost been forgotten. And I think Anton could say that about himself. He hasn't played
140.
disastrously bad today, but since he won 4-0 against Leighton Bennett in Game 2, he's almost been an extra to what has been a very good cast today.
Well, Benjamin still finds himself in a Group B position despite losing 3 matches.
177. Conor require 101.
This is a good first leg. I don't mean to sound so surprised. I'm not. That's a remarkable finish from Conor. Anton right now is thinking, I've just had one of the best legs of my day.
Second leg, Conor
I didn't even get a double.
Game on.
Yeah, stunning finish. 57 single 4 tops for a 12. And this is a good response, because he will have been left a little frustrated, having gone down 4-2 to Rhys Griffin last time out.
140.
It wasn't the greatest game. It just never caught fire.
Just think they played like there was a bit too much respect with each other. There was never that little bit of spite you sometimes need to get the best performance out of yourself.
61.
Didn't you have one last point about Leighton Rhys that you wanted to add?
Yes, I did. Yeah, there was a massive rivalry between the Welsh team players back in the day, and especially Eric, as he was always pretty vocal. But there was always a massive amount of respect between Eric and Leighton, and off the hockey, they were good friends. And in 1980,
40.
Eric was actually his best man when Leighton married an American lady called Debbie.
Where did he get married? Any idea?
134.
They got married in America. They got married in Vegas while they were playing the North American.
A couple of former world number ones have been married in Vegas as well. Peter Wright married
42.
Joanne in Vegas, and
82.
Peter Manley.
And me. Eric was my best man.
42.
Best man at my wedding years ago has recently got 3 gold medals at the World Police Fire Games for archery.
Wow.
So congratulations to my friend Tony Birtwistle back in Australia.
40. Game
Oh,
the second leg, Connor Heenan.
Heenan is on a heater. Right now, he just refuses to be denied these 2 points.
Yeah, 28
Third leg
darts to
Anton
complete.
to throw first.
2
Game on.
legs or 1,002 points, whichever way you prefer to look at it. 2 from 2 on the doubles.
100.
180, a 101 out.
Anton's averaging 104 and he hasn't had a shot at a double yet. I know that sometimes when you don't get shot at doubles, it can inflate your
60.
average, but he's scoring very well.
In terms of the high scorers, he's outscoring his opponent.
81.
But he does have an explosive nature, this Connor.
100.
He has a personal best in this room of 115.62, which is even 13 darters. It used to be the venue record before it was, well, equalised by Cam Crabtree.
55.
Then beaten by Luke Littler.
Yep.
Then
Smashed.
that was beaten by Daryl Pilgrim in a loss. Then, the
100.
same week, Daryl Pilgrim decided to annihilate it by being the first person in Super Series history to break the 40 per dart
171.
average level.
Still don't sound right, does it?
Nope. 122 plus.
Yeah, he was absolutely wonderful that week.
140.
I
And
said
Thunder
that the Jason
94.
Askew mark would be beaten this year. It has been. I'm not sure that mark of Pilgrim's going to be beaten anytime soon.
No.
I think
No.
that might stand for a
42.
while.
Connor, you require
I think it could stand as
101.
long as Jason Askew's 118.
Oh, this looks familiar.
61.
Trying to replicate what he did in leg 1.
Anton,
Yeah,
you
I can't
require
wait to see
52.
Darryl Pilgrim back for Champions Week because he'll be right up for that.
He will be the favourite, in my opinion, no matter what happens, based on the way he's been playing lately. 88. Oh, it's
Game
wonderful
third
from the
leg,
Swede.
Anton Östlund.
Just making
Fourth
sure
leg,
that
Connor
Connor's
to
not having
throw
everything his
first.
own
Game
way.
on.
Oh, Mr. Dart tops for 3-0.
57.
Why don't you get in touch with us this afternoon and let us know how long you think that record average will stand for Daryl Pilgrim?
100.
You think about records in other sports. What about an average record for Alan Warren a Little at the Grand Prix from 2001?
40.
Still stands today. That's 22 years old, that record.
Yep.
What about Jonathan Edwards in the triple jump? His world record of over 18 metres
60.
stands, and that's been going for 27 years.
And he's a perfect example of if at first you don't succeed, try again. Because it wasn't a case that he just started doing it and was great at it.
Yeah, 1996, Jonathan Edwards was like Mary Poppins in the triple jump. He was just flying.
134.
I'd love another.
95.
That's to settle for 184 after 12. Östlund could indeed find himself level. He gets 6 accurate darts here.
Yeah, that record from Alan Warren, it was, of
57.
course, against our pal Andy Jenkins, wasn't it? 106.45.
I bet Andy's really glad that you brought that up.
Amazing. That
82.
still stands to this day.
And
And
you require
with
150.
the advances we've seen in the sport, although Alan was, of course, a former multiple-time world number one.
O'Connor's had a 101, a missed attempt at tops on a 101.
98.
Let's see what he's like in room 102. It's double 16 this time.
86.
And another narrow miss.
And you require 52.
Again, he gets the treble.
Game shot on the forward
And the
leg,
double 8
and
this
on
time.
last
It was
one.
all one-way traffic after 2 legs. And if Heenahan took that second 101, this wouldn't be happening.
Fifth leg and
Stunning
on
finishing
to
from
throw
both.
first.
Currently combined
Game
running at 4 from 7.
Superb game of darts. 4 legs in. Let's have a look at the stats. That's very good. And the last couple of
41.
legs have been very good for Rhys Griffin. What's your favourite
96.
current record in darts? Because that's one of mine, that Grand Prix one from Alan Warren a little. I think it will be broken at some point, but the fact that it has stood for more than 2 decades just goes to show how good that was.
59.
I think that incredible sequence of darts
55.
from MVG against Rob Cross at the UK Open, wasn't it? I mean, that was just absolutely remarkable.
Can you think of a record that stands at the minute that
100.
might be broken soon? I've got an idea. What about Dave Chisnell's European Tour record of 118.44 against one of our other good friends, Mark Webster?
Yeah, I think that
98.
could possibly go at some point.
It's the same.
So I certainly don't think the 180 record from Michael Smith will go.
Probably not.
59.
But it's the same sort of record, isn't it? You think about here at the MODUS Super Series, our record was 118 plus.
Yeah.
Stood for a very long time. Dave Chisnell did that a few years ago.
60.
If someone was to break that now, it would have to be very close, if not post 120. Now, the biggest average we've seen this year on the Pro Tour is 119.5 from Luke Humphreys, and that was very early. That has not been troubled. So, in a manner of speaking, if we look at what happened on the Pro Tour last year as well, with Josh Rock with 121 plus, Daryl Pilgrim's average this year is the best in recorded darts in best of 7 or better, I believe, in the last 2 years.
Yep.
Unless somebody can prove me otherwise. There may have been a qualifier somewhere that someone's gone post 120. I think Bradley Brooks might have done a 120.24 on the development tour.
52.
Yeah, for some reason that does ring a bell.
Game
Ring your own bell, Connor. It's now
Heenahan.
3-2.
And a break. He's going to have the darts to get it done 4-2 in
6 leg
very
Connor to
impressive
throw
fashion.
first. Game
Owen
on.
Bates got a 120 plus on the Dev Tour
Yes.
as well.
Identical, wasn't it?
Indeed.
He's here on Thursday and Friday, and hopefully
81.
Saturday.
Yeah, big fan of Owen. He's going to be one of the favourites for this week. Looking for his second weekly title here in Portsmouth. Not going to have it all his own way when it comes to
47.
Group B. Because Harry Gregory will make his debut. Looking forward to watching that young man. Trina Gulliver. Slight difference in
55.
experience there between those two. And Owen Bates in the middle.
Yeah, and Owen Bates is just taken to the Oki against Rob Cross in round 1 of Players' Championship 21. As always,
60.
I will keep you up to speed of the runners and riders and the results as they happen.
Needs this. Needs to keep his Swedish opponent at bay.
140.
Because we know how good he is at saving his skin.
60.
Maybe his resistance has withered now. There's now a gap in the averages of 10. And as we illustrated at the start of
42.
leg number 5, they were almost identical. So this is a big drop off from Anton.
Just as you say that.
438.
Surprised he didn't stay there. There looked to be room to the right, but sometimes we don't get the right kind of sight of the
63.
target that the players do.
That's a good last start. I like seeing players eliminating bullseye checkouts with
Same.
use of the
60.
centre
Gonna require
on the dot prior to
120.
the visit they're about to have.
Yeah, seeing it more and more, aren't we?
Quite unfortunate. I think that was in if it wasn't for the blocker.
Yep.
Great camera angle that was, just to illustrate that point.
50. Anton, you require 136.
We're also seeing a lot of players leaving 59, 58, 57, 56 by using the ball or 25 on their
58.
final dart to eliminate the
requires
blocker dart
70.
going into the 20 if they left 60.
Match start at double 16.
38.
Now
Anton,
it's
you
skin
require
saving time
78.
for Mr. Skin Saver. Make a good line for a dermatologist, that. Double 7.
64.
Well, that was a bit different.
Connor, you require 32.
I'm still trying to figure that one out.
Game,
Doesn't matter
shot,
anymore.
And the match.
22
Conor
darts is
Heenan.
enough to get the job done this time. Conor Heenan joins Rhys Griffin on 14 points at the top, but he is 2 legs behind. The most important thing at this point, though, get the points, and that's exactly what he did. 101 checkout was early in the match. 57% on the doubles is good enough. Anton will have to stay on a smaller number of points for now. It looks like he's fighting for a Group B spot over the next day and a bit now. So when we come back, it will be the final round of matches, and it will be Rhys Griffin to set the pace.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where before the break, Conor Heenahan got the better of Anton Ostlund by 4 legs to 2, doing so an 88.5 average and 4 out of 7 on the Dublin. Right, this is what we've seen so far today as we head into our final round of matches. So 12 matches down, 3 to go for us. That's what we have seen so far today. That is the league table. And as you can see there, Rhys Griffin and Conor Heenahan both level pegging on 14 points. Well, Griffin has the opportunity to move on to the Sweet 16 if he can get the better of Mindauskas Barauskas in this one. And watching this one in the commentary box is Paul Nicholson and Chris Mason.
Thanks, Henry. Yeah, big game for Rhys Griffin here. A win. And he will ensure his place joint top of the table at the very least going into tomorrow. So any damage done yesterday, he is put right today, and he's in a position here to make it 5 out of 5.
Indeed. We were in this position yesterday with Conor. He lost out
29
to Mindy.
He did, and it was the first win of his campaign.
We have a flight change here, but they're not new flights. They look like they've got a bit of use in them. Maybe he tore one of his black ones, and he's one of those players that doesn't like to have odd flights.
No.
That I can fully get behind.
Oh, yeah.
99.
I wouldn't be surprised if he's said to one of his counterparts in the practice room, have you got a spare set? Because it seems like these two are using the same brand.
100.
Yeah, it certainly looks that way, doesn't it?
They're a nice fetching shade of aqua.
They're both with, well, L-style definitely for Rhys Griffin. Yep, and L-style, that is the manufacturer of the said flights. And stem combination, Gezi Price, hammering Cameron Menzies. 6-0 with a 108 average. Dirk van Duivenbode in a hurry as well. 5-0 up on Dylan Slevin, averaging 110.
99.
What's in the water in Barnsley?
121.
Gravy.
Drinking pants of gravy.
57. Rhys require 140.
Stay there. Does have a very floaty action sometimes.
Does require 64.
Just seems to lose a bit of purchase in the air. Is this going to do Mindy a favour? 17 for tops.
Game
very good.
Mindauskas Barauskas.
He likes to play in the last game of the session, doesn't he? Well, when he beat Conor Heenahan yesterday, it was 4-0.
Game on.
And nobody could have forecasted that. I don't care if you're Mystic Meg, Mystic Peg, or something that rhymes with egg. Nobody forecasted that yesterday at all.
Absolutely not.
100.
Already got 2 maximums in this game, Mindaugas. And he's got to look at today as being
55.
a good step in the right direction.
Well, the finishing has been key for him, hasn't it? That's the difference between yesterday and today.
100.
It's just very, very good all of a sudden.
Yeah, it's just looking in absolute control. I know it's in the very early stages of the match, but just as an indication of
90.
how well he started here,
126.
averaging 109.5, Paul.
He's lifting his ceiling. And we've got a decent sample size of this now, day on day. Yesterday, 85.56, his best
70.
completed numbers. Today, 93.77, ... because the day isn't even finished yet.
Yeah, that's a big jump
95.
in level of performance.
Mindauskas require 56.
56 here to back up a 15 with a 14. No drama. 2 from 2, and he's done this a couple of times today.
Right now, I think Conor Heenahan is both looking at this game thinking, I know how you feel, Rhys, And he's probably clapping every dart that goes in for Barauskas because
123.
he's doing Heenahan a big, big favour here. We have two players at the top on 14
34.
points at the minute. Griffin on plus 12 in leg difference. Heenahan plus 10. So
70.
if Griffin was to lose this game and Heenahan was to beat Leighton Bennett, Heenahan would go back to the top.
26.
I think it's fair to say that this week is not going to be like last week where Conan Whitehead won Group A with 20 points. 20's not going to get it done this week.
No,
It's going to be 22-24.
Yep. for sure.
And then we had that
41.
crazy situation in second and third position last week where Steve West and Wesley Harms had the same amount of points, 18 to be exact.
41.
The same leg difference, plus 3. Same legs won, 46. And even though they both went through to Group B,
Raise require 142.
they were toe-to-toe the whole time.
Although the only way you would think that this group could be won on 20 if
94.
Reese goes on to lose this one and Leighton beats Connor.
39. Raise require 48.
It's not inconceivable. Well, let's find out what happens in this game first. 8-8.
Game shot the third
Reese has a
leg,
decent
Reese
leg,
Griffin.
whilst Mindaugas has what you could classify as a leg off.
Fourth leg, Mendauskas to throw first. Game on.
I do often wonder because in countries like Lithuania, countries like Latvia, and some other countries around the world,
140.
who else is there? We've talked about Labanauskas and Barauskas. They've been the World Cup team for Lithuania since they
100.
came together. In Latvia, you've got Dmitry Zhukovs. You've got Yanis Mustafayevs.
41.
Obviously, Maras Razma, the king of Latvian darts. We haven't really seen anybody come from Estonia yet. But there are other countries around the world that
78.
they've had headlines. They've had someone taking the mantle, like Brazil, for instance, like South Africa. But other people are yet to roll the
41.
dice the same way that the flag bearers do.
Yeah, I think in those kind of countries where we should have maybe one-off ADC qualifiers for here. Just to give them
87.
an end goal. I mean, it's very hard for them to just travel to maybe
140.
WDF events. And you've got to travel ultimately to multiple events.
44. Mendauskas require 139.
6 darts from here for a 3-1 advantage. It's all going well so far. 82 left, not 72. It was the other way around the last time. He thought he had 82.
Should go ball. Yeah, I like that play. Because had he at least hit a 25, he could have returned to the board with 3 darts at a double. And he's made a bit of a mess of that.
That visit was a bit like grated onions and potatoes. It's a bit of a hash.
42. Mendauskas requires.
But he's not been put under
63.
much pressure. That's better. Double 12. This is double 6 on this occasion.
Raise require 150.
Griffin was amazing at finishing a little bit earlier on today. Borderline perfect. That seems to have been
98.
lost a little bit towards the
Mendauskas
end.
require 12.
Is he going to need 3 straight legs to win the match?
No score.
Possibly not.
Raise require 52.
Double top.
Game
He
shot
takes
before
full
leg,
advantage
Reese Griffin.
of the fact that Barauskas now has missed 5 darts at double in this match. It should have
Fifth
been
leg race to
3-1.
throwers.
Or in the
Game
words
on.
of John Pott, it could have been 3-1. I was listening to something recently that John was saying how it should never be should.
57.
It should always be could. Because you don't deserve a lead unless you hit something.
Yep, it's fair enough.
100.
Well, some results and some shock results for me. Hempel has beaten Dave Chisnell 6-2. 100 average, credit to him. Henderson's beaten Clayton 6-3. Price beat Menzies 6-0, as already mentioned. Collins beat Wilson 6-1. Dirk beat Slevin 6-1. Danny Noppert beat O'Shea 6-0. Humphreys up and running with a 6-1 win over Jeffrey Deswan. Schindler's just beaten Lee Evans 6-2 with a 101.
180.
Veenstra has just beat Damon Hetta 6-3.
60.
And Josh
Race
Rock
require
has beat
84.
Gert Nenges 6-3.
And what a leg this has been from Rhys Griffin. 8-8 for a 12 darter.
76.
He'll be back. And MVG was in a world of trouble. He's out to Graham Hall 6-4. His poor form
85.
continues.
He doesn't like Graham's the last
Race
couple of days. He
require
lost to
8.
Graham Usher yesterday.
Yeah, he did. Vincent van der Voort 2-0 up against Barry Van Peer, averaging 111.
1-1.
No score.
Yeah,
Good call.
don't mind that play at all.
Just
50.
backing himself for the next time.
Race you require 8.
You'd much rather be coming back for 4-4 than 1-1. Oh, this is tricky.
No score.
Went for the left corner.
Mendowski's you require 146.
This will be some way to pinch this leg. What's he going to do?
Yeah, I think that dart's low, isn't it, in the
98.
60?
Race you
Probably
require
felt like
8.
the open bed 54 was the better option. Remember, he's missed a dart for a 12 darter here. Surely he's not going to lose the leg. No, he won't.
Fifth leg,
He
Rhys
left it
Griffin.
late. Is that the pressure of the situation?
I think it
Sixth
was
leg,
just
Mendowski's
a leg
to
where
throw first.
he scored like a Trojan.
Game on.
And next thing you know, he just can't find the outer ring. He was battling with his own frustration, but ultimately at the end he gets away with it.
45.
And Searle through to the round of 64 with a 6-4 win over Tony Martinez. Peter Wright picking up a win against Ian White 6-3.
59.
That's not a good first round draw, is it? Ian White at the minute.
No.
But just get your
140.
gills around the fact that over the next 3 months, we are going to be looking at the possibility of some fresh meat
41.
here at the MODUS Super Series at the early part of 2024.
Yeah, I'm fascinated because potentially some real big names from
81.
the sport will sadly lose their tour cards, and then the rebuilding process will begin, and that rebuilding process will primarily
34.
take place here.
$83.
That worked out pretty well in the end. Or as they say it in the darting ether, good dart. Emphasis on the T with no S at the end.
59. Mendowski's require 152.
Oh, lovely second dart this time. Leaves 72, not 82.
128.
Oh, that's perfect.
Yeah, you got that right.
This has got the markings of yesterday's
94.
game between these
Mendowski's
two.
require 24.
The averages aren't that different either. And on that
King
occasion, it
Thomas's
went to a
leg,
seventh
Mendowski's
leg, as
Sparrowskis.
this one does. The difference this time is that Rhys Griffin has got the throw in the
Seventh
last
and
leg.
final leg,
He
Rhys
didn't
to
need it yesterday.
Rovers.
He still won.
Ross Smith
Game on.
6-3 against Ryan Joyce. Michael Smith with a 104 average, 6-3 against Menzel Sulovic.
$100.
Yesterday was the anniversary of Mensa Sulevic's first PDC professional title, which was won
81.
in Riesa, just north of Dresden, in a European Tour event called the International Darts Open, or as it's been known in the last few seasons, the Gerwin Price Invitational.
131.
His pension fund.
Just give him the check now.
81.
Good start here from Griffin. I always like to see 270 points left instead of 261.
140.
It means that you're thinking clearly.
Stunning 140 that, just finding the gap.
81. Raise your require 130.
This might be the end of Tuesday for Mindy. He is not far away from having a very
56.
profitable Tuesday, the Welshman. He'd have put his head on his pillow last night thinking, I wonder what I can get on
100.
day 2.
Raise your require
It doesn't get any better
74.
than 5 wins from 5. It's all up to him.
Game.
And
shot,
5 wins
and
from
the
5
match
is exactly what he
driven.
gets. He puts maximum pressure on Conor Heenahan in their race for the top spot, and you can see what it means to him. He did have some adversity in that game, but he came through it. And with back-to-back maximums, that galvanised his opportunity of winning that one by 4 legs to 3 against the Lithuanian for the second consecutive day. Let's see what Anton Ostlund and Benjamin Drurius from Denmark can do in their last game, which is coming up.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where we're joined up here on the balcony by the man who's been word perfect on Tuesday, Rhys Griffin. Rhys, many, many congratulations. We saw some really good signs on day 1 for you, and then you've just stepped up another level here.
Yeah, I thought my game was good yesterday. It was just the finishing. I just couldn't hit doubles. My doubles were awful. But first 2 games today, 100%, 80-odd%, and just put me in good stead for the rest of the day.
How important did you feel was a good start, considering your table position overnight?
Yeah, I knew the game between me and Conor would be big. I knew that was going to be a big factor today. I needed to get that one back over on him today, and luckily I did. That gave me some confidence going into the last 2 games and to get it at top, hopefully at the end of the day.
You've been saying to me off camera that even though you've not played here much before, you've been watching a lot of the Super Series. So you kind of had a lot of predetermination, pre-knowing of the format before stepping in the building.
Yeah, well, I've had a lot of friends play down here, and my mother-in-law Lisa's played down here, and they've given me some tips, and they've worked so far. They've told me to just do my own thing and keep calm, and it's a lovely venue. It's amazing here.
And that last game there against Mindauskas, he got out the tracks flying, but you managed just to keep pace and just keep up with the task with him.
Yeah, he came out quick, but I wasn't throwing bad. He just wasn't giving me any chances. So I thought if I keep the level I was at, I knew I'd get some chances. And luckily, he dipped a little bit towards the end, and I capitalised on it.
And now overnight, what's the plan? Just rest, relax, and get ready for what's going to be a big day for you tomorrow?
Yeah, ring the missus tonight. So and then just food, bed, relaxed, ready for a massive day tomorrow.
Tell you what, that sounds like a plan. We'll let you get on with that, Reece. Thank you so much for your time and for your company. A couple more games for us to go. Benjamin Rose against Anton Ostlund kicks off that action. And watching down in the commentary box is Chris Mason and Paul Nicholson.
Great to hear from that young man who's had a superb day, hasn't he? 10 points gets him to the top. And the only way he can be toppled at the end of Tuesday is if Conor Heenahan beats Leighton Bennett 4-0. We will get to that in Game 15. But before then, let's find out where these two stand. Ostlund of Sweden, if he beats the Dane, will have 8 points and will be in charge of his destiny for tomorrow. But it hasn't worked as well
First
today
leg,
as
Benjamin
yesterday
to throw first.
for both of these
Game on.
players. Benjamin looking to have 12 points. And you fancy if he stands any chance of winning Group A, he must
59.
win this game and most of his games tomorrow.
Yeah, only the one win for him so far today. It's not necessarily night and day in terms of performance level, but
131.
certainly performance results. He lost his opening 3 matches by the same scoreline, 4-3. His day could have been
41.
oh so different.
That's one of the reasons why his leg difference is still +3.
Yeah.
Because he's lost really tight. Whereas Anton Ostlund has got a leg difference of -4. Yes, he has lost an extra couple of matches, though.
What do you think about the prices on this? 4-9 Ben,
85.
13-8 Anton.
That sounds familiar.
Yeah, it's too big, isn't it?
Yeah, 13-8. We went on Mindy a bit earlier when he was playing against
40.
Leighton Bennett, and that was a 4-2 win for Mindy. 13-8 looks all wrong.
Mm.
When you think about Anton today has played some pretty good stuff,
60. And on your wire 100.
but he's been almost like the sacrificial lamb to other people's brilliance.
Yep.
$98.
What does this start tell you a little bit about? Yes, he's still playing well.
$98. And on your wire 52.
Historically, he's been going treble 12 here. Well, it wasn't in the
Control
way.
First leg, Anton Ostlund.
It's on the floor.
He's just checking to see where that 20 was on the old steel ring.
Playing a game of loops.
Second leg, Anton to throw first. Game on.
Break of throw.
What do you make of what Rhys Griffin said in his interview there about, well, first and foremost, advice, Rhys,
59.
I would ring your other half today, not tomorrow. You might get in trouble. That's the last thing you need going into the last day of Group A. Secondly, it's just food and rest.
45.
Would you be behind that, or would you do something else?
No, I think that's probably me personally, if I had the opportunity, I'd probably would go back, rest,
60.
prep some nice food, maybe tick over for half an hour around about 8 o'clock and then get an early night. Old me would be in the pub next door
140.
until 1 in the morning. At the very least.
Would you be an advocate for any form of exercise? But when you consider, and a lot of people will be thinking about this, when you consider the amount of time that these players spend
60.
on their feet throughout this session, any form of exercise for them, it may be counterintuitive. So if there is any form of exercise, it's got to be low impact.
40.
Yeah, I would be a big fan of probably a jacuzzi and then a good stretch, lots of water, lots of electrolytes, good food, chill, maybe just have 15, 20 minutes just to, I don't know, I just would have done that. But
Even just a walk back to where they're staying might just be enough. If it's half a mile, a mile.
well, you want to stretch those legs, don't you? Because
94. Benjamin, you require 76.
apart from the playing arm, the legs take especially the lead leg, it takes a bit of a
on the second
pounding.
leg, Benjamin Druris.
My eyes do not deceive me. Benjamin has just hit double 8 with his first dart.
Third leg,
What is this
Benjamin
about?
to throw first. Game on.
It's about the break back.
Yeah, I think recovery is something that...
Yeah, more than exercise recovery, you're right.
Yeah. I think in these long days, we talk about Players' Championship events where you've got to win, 6, 7 games. These long days where you've got to play 5 games. Recovery of the muscles, the joints, the things like that. It's so vital, especially when you're not just playing 1 or 2 days, you're playing possibly 6.
Yep.
31.
I remember I played a round of golf with Ross Fisher last year at the Wales Open. One of the real highlights of my life to see someone hit a golf ball like it has got rocket ships on it.
134.
And I invited Ross to dinner that night. I said, would you like to grab a bite to eat before you play your first round proper tomorrow? And he said, no, I've got an appointment with my physio. And that really got me thinking. I thought, that's a pro right there.
Yeah, I mean, physio would be fabulous because of the muscles in the back and shoulders, in the neck. I think slowly but surely, it was certainly at the elite end of the sport. I don't think the money's quite there outside the top 32, unless you've got
95.
massive backers.
But, 170.
Yeah, physios would be fabulous for I remember how tight, if you played a long session, you maybe got to a semi or a final.
96.
The next morning, your back aches, you ache between your neck, your traps are sore, your triceps a little bit sore. Your legs would definitely benefit from a massage.
And on your require 74.
Just flush some of the lactic acid out.
Indeed. Osland looking for double top and the lead. That's what he gets. It's another break a throw. Lots of breaks here. Nothing but breaks. Now, what Benjamin did yesterday, I'm sure made some of the darts pages in Denmark, but I think with all due respect to Danish sport, all of the plaudits went to both Nikolai Højgaard and Ludvig Eberg yesterday, who were picked for the Ryder Cup. Not the first Danish players to go into a Ryder Cup squad. The first was, I believe, Thomas Bjorn.
Oh, yeah, I remember him.
60.
Fabulous player, wasn't he? Big guy. Was that around the times of...
That would have been about 20 years ago, I think.
60.
Because he was runner-up in the Open in 2003 to Ben Curtis. And he should have won that tournament. He got stuck in a bunker. But what a player, Thomas Bjorn. But if you can name the first Swedish player to ever play the Ryder Cup, I will give you a £10 note.
I was thinking of Darren Clark, and was that around that same kind of time?
Yeah, same sort of era as Darren Clark. Yeah.
59.
What kind of year are we talking about?
We're talking late 90s. Mid to late 90s. I'll give you till the end of the leg. If you get it, I'll be super impressed.
Once Stenson, was it?
No.
It was later.
It was well before Henrik. But Swedish golf was massive news last year when they had the first mixed event on the European Tour won by a woman. The fabulous Swede Lynn Grant, who is
55. Anton Uruguay,
an absolute superstar in Scandinavia.
Did they play off the same tees?
They didn't.
Doesn't count then.
Oh, what's he looking at here? He's got 76.
Don't have any of that nonsense in darts, do they? The female players don't play off 7'6", do they?
146.
Make a point. Maybe that's a debate for
No, it's
later in the
not.
week.
134. Anton, you require 16.
Anton for 3-1. Does he know where double 8 is?
Ooh.
8.
That could be costly.
Benjamin, you require 12.
It was costly.
Leg, Benjamin Druris.
Should be. Could be. 3-1 up and cruising.
Fifth leg, Benjamin to throw first.
These are the games that really frustrate you when there's no holes of throw at all. Just to put you out of your misery, Joachim Hegman. Back in the 90s. First Swede to play golf in the Ryder Cup.
Who?
Joachim Hegman.
Must have been a year I missed the Ryder Cup because I've never heard of him.
60.
Yeah, good Swedish player. There have been others, like Nicholas Fast.
Yep.
As you can tell, I'm a big fan of the Ryder Cup, as everybody is. And it brings up the old debate, doesn't it? Why don't we have something like that in darts? It would be fabulous.
Yeah, let's have it here.
Can you imagine the atmosphere here at the live lounge for that?
85.
My word.
And all the players out there watching. The team.
It's got to be done.
I know.
Somebody just get it sorted.
81.
We are going to be having some specials over the next 12, 18 months. So why not one of them? Would you have to do it?
100. Benjamin, you require 140.
Great Britain versus the rest of the world?
Yeah, I think Great Britain and Ireland versus the rest of the world. It would have to be fair. If it was Europe versus the rest of the world, I think
116.
Europe just dominates so much in the world of darts. I think it might be just a bit too much. But the Ryder Cup actually started Great Britain and Ireland against the United States, and then it moved into European, thanks to the likes of Jack Nicklaus and Tony Jacklin.
140. Benjamin, you require 24.
I wouldn't be surprised if the Ryder Cup actually goes to Denmark, the homeland of Benjamin, at some point, because they've got so many great players right now.
Six leg Anton to throw
3-2 to the Dane right here, and he could be creating a nice little 6-point cushion between himself and his Swedish opponent in as little as one leg's time.
60.
So tomorrow we'll pick our squads.
Okay. Don't let me forget. I'll do that tonight. And we will... And why don't you do it yourself? Why don't you get in touch with us with your GB&I team and your rest of the world team? 12 players on each team.
41.
There we go. There's a challenge for all of our watchers from around the world. And thank you to everybody for tuning in today on the YouTube channel. Make sure you subscribe and hit that notification bell to make sure you don't miss tomorrow's action.
190.
At the moment, Benjamin is doing a Reese. He's 3 from 3. And that is the reason why he leads 3-2 and he's on the cusp
100.
of winning this match 4-2, but it could have been oh so different.
If Anton walks away from today with only 2 points, is he going to feel a little bit hard done by?
Absolutely.
44.
A little bit like Braskus yesterday.
100.
I think if he goes into Group C, he's going to cause havoc.
I agree.
Well, don't leave double one.
130.
Ostland can do nothing from 200. Group C, as a matter of fact, is Ryan Harrington, Joe Crofton, David Barbazevsky.
95.
But this
Benjamin, you require
is for
52.
yet another perfect doubling display from someone. Oh, he's left double 17.
Yeah, that will keep Anton interested. He's back to the board.
Anton,
He probably
you require
thought
105.
his race was run today, but 105 to take us to a deciding leg.
A double 17 caused Conor Heenan all sorts of chaos at the end of his day yesterday
64.
against Barauskas.
Benjamin, you require 34.
What is Benjamin going to do? going to be double 12.
Game.
Very
shot,
good
and a
decision.
match, Benjamin
He does
Drews.
get another win today. That's 2. As far as Anton's concerned, he has to settle for just the 1. And as far as he's concerned in the big table, it's 6 points for him. He will finish the day at the same as Barauskas, but his leg difference is going to be exactly the same as the Lithuanian, funnily enough. As far as Benjamin's concerned, he is on 12 points and will definitely be in the race for the top spot tomorrow, but he's going to have to be perfect. When we come back, we'll finish things off, and let's see if Conor Heenahan can finish on top of the table by the end of the day.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. So before the break, we saw a double-edged sword victory for Benjamin Drews. A 4-2 win against Anton Uzlan means that he now has a 6-point buffer from those below him in the race for Group B, but keeps himself just about in the race for Group A supremacy, although he's going to be 4 points behind the league leader no matter what. But who is going to be the leader? It's currently Rhys Griffin on that mark, but a victory for Conor Heenahan could see him top the table overnight. He takes on Leighton Bennett in the final game of the day, and for the last time today, it's time to say hello to Chris and Paul.
Hello. We're still here. I had to get that in. Well, it's a very easy thing to understand for Conor Heenahan. If he wants to be top of the table, he's going to have to beat Leighton Bennett by 4-0. If he beats Leighton by 4-1, he will join Rhys Griffin on 16 points.
First leg, Conor
and
to
a leg difference of
Rofer.
plus 13.
Game on.
But on legs 1, Rhys Griffin will retain the top spot. I just wonder, what are we going to get
11.
in the next 24 and a half hours from this group? Because we might have a real battle on our hands between those two.
59.
Yes, I think they're going to be trading places all day tomorrow. It may come,
Like Dan Aykroyd and Eddie Murphy.
yeah, I think it may come down to
140.
they're tied tomorrow. Leighton didn't get
59.
too much out of this tie yesterday, did he? He went down 4-1 as a bit of a shocker.
100.
And remember, Conor Heenahan in his final game yesterday had a shocker himself, going down 4-0.
100.
To Brauskas.
I've just done a check on tomorrow's fixtures. Griffin Heenahan, round 1.
Wow.
Game 3.
42.
Don't want to miss that.
150.
So Bennett, Barauskas, Ostland, and Benjamin Drews will all play before
65.
we get a battle
Late in your corner,
at the top,
161.
regardless of what happens here. That is enticing.
Yeah, could that set the tone for the day?
81. Conor your corner, 85.
$66 left with 1 dart.
29.
This dartboard is beautiful, but it doesn't have a double 33.
Well, in their final matches yesterday, Leighton averaged 86.18. Conor averaged 70.63.
Conor your corner, 56.
Leighton was very fortunate to get a shot at tops there. He almost bust it with dart 2.
That a guide?
Game
Sure
shot on
is.
the first leg, Conor Heenahan.
Yeah, that's pretty good. Very tidy. Gets his opportunity and
Second leg
takes it,
Leighton
but
to
does
throw
dodge a bullet
first.
along the way.
100.
Is there a chance that we could see the best of Leighton Bennett tomorrow? Because even when he came in this morning, he'll have thought, if I can get something moving, I could actually have that opportunity of taking the top
140.
spot. Now that that's out of reach, and if he's okay with playing Group C
140.
on Thursday and Friday, maybe he can just play with that freedom that you were talking about.
Well, he is playing with that freedom at the moment. He's carefree and he's just going through the motions. And with his
94.
type of throw, as I've mentioned many, many times, the Michael Smith throw is no different, really. If there's any
59.
effort in it, it will break down. He has to throw without a care in the world.
97.
Hopefully he's seeing that same sort of freedom from some of the players in the practice room. I
58.
cannot remember. I'll be honest about this.
170.
I cannot remember a practice room so quiet.
Yeah. Yeah, some practice rooms have a real dynamic to them.
96.
But it's like there's no one in there.
44.
Maybe it's just an after effect of having Richard North in there the last 3 days of last week.
45. Conor your corner, 74.
Yeah, I bet you could hear plenty then.
Double top for Hino, but from which portion of the hockey?
34. Leighton your corner,
I wonder if
99.
Leighton likes ice cream. Does he like flakes? Let's find out.
As you got the sauce.
67.
And you could see
Conor
the
your
dart
corner, 40.
climb up on release.
Game
That's
shot the
very
second
good,
leg,
right in the
Conor
middle.
Heenahan.
Halfway point for Hino. You can see in his
Third leg, Conor
eyes
to throw first. Game
that
on.
he really wants the top spot overnight, but I was listening to what Rhys Griffin was saying.
58.
He knew every single situation that was going on. He knew the position of Conor. He knew what was going on with the other players.
58.
He knew the permutations for himself. For him, that's working right now. I just wonder if Heenahan is the same. Does he know exactly what he needs to do to
100.
get to the top spot?
Yeah, but they have a monitor in there with literally the table identical to what we have in front of us on a similar
40.
monitor, and I think it depends on the individual, doesn't it? I tended to just not look. I think it can create added pressure.
I didn't look either.
190.
But then again, I wasn't here that long.
99.
Both have a maximum in this game now. There are 10 points between them in the averages.
60.
Yeah, Conor on 85, Leighton on 75.
100. Gonna require 103.
Here's one for you and your Scandinavian players.
47.
Vladimir Anderson, all three up on a winner over the weekend, Callum Ridds.
Interesting.
96.
Anderson's been playing some decent
Gonna
stuff of
require
late.
56.
Double top. Tens again for Conor Heenan, and a 3-0 lead. He could inflict a third 4-0 loss on Leighton Bennett if he takes this next leg. And of course, you already know that the top spot will be
57.
his if he wins leg 4. The aforementioned Vladimir Anderson of Denmark could be one of the
45.
players that, if he does not retain his tour privileges over the next few months, he could make his way to the Super Series in early 2024.
100.
But remember that Leighton is making his debut here this week. He's not the youngest player to make his debut,
58.
but one of the youngest. And it's just more proof that
58.
the age range between the youngest and the oldest players that we have here is remarkable in terms of sport, not just darts.
55. $48.
Connor's not going to leave a finish from 3-4-3. But he would like to get on level terms.
59.
Not quite. And that average of his right now, it's 75, is starting to echo what he did
54.
in his game with Leighton yesterday. And maybe, even though his doubles have been pretty good, his scoring has been very similar to that of game 15 when he lost out 4-0 to Barauskas.
140.
That's not going to happen today. But considering how tight the battle is at the top,
Gonna require 144.
he's got a level of urgency with himself right now that feels that he might have to win this leg to finish with a bang. Double 18.
108.
Well, it wasn't short.
84.
Double 12. I think that really
72.
does tell a story about
Gonna
Leighton's day.
require 36.
Some darts at doubles have been drastically under their target.
$18.
Another 3 mismatched
Leighton
darts for
require
Connor.
12.
Leighton comes back for double 6.
6.
The shoulders
Gonna
drop,
require 18.
and Heenan again has a chance to top the table overnight by 1 leg.
Game.
There it
shot,
is.
And the match.
4-0 is what he
Conor
wanted.
Heenan.
4-0 is what he gets. And the reward for that is 16 points overnight. Moving day sees Conor Heenan stay at the top of the table, but Rhys Griffin, in fact, has made his move to 16 points. There is only 1 leg separating Conor and Rhys overnight. The others, by the looks of it, might have to settle for position and a place in either Group B or Group C. To get the final thoughts of today, Chris Mason has joined Henry on the balcony.
Paul, thank you very much indeed. And it's fair to say tomorrow, it looks like we've got a bit of a race to the line.
Yeah, it's what we wanted, and it's just worked out nicely for us and the viewers, of course. 2 players at the top, all to play for tomorrow, and I think they're just going to trade places all day, but they meet very early, match number 3 tomorrow, so one of them may set the tone.
Before we dissect what we have seen, these are the results from day 2 here at the Live Lounge. Conor Heenan is going to be top of the table on legs difference overnight, but it was a 5-star day as far as Rhys Griffin is concerned. 5 wins from 5, 10 points on the board. He really was the mover and shaker. We'll begin analysing the day in chronological order because Conor Heenan, first couple of games, first couple of wins, he didn't have it all his own way. Had to rely on some big finishing, including that 157 against Mindaugas Barauskas to get over the line in that particular game.
Easy for you to
Exactly.
say. Yeah, well, he's sort of missed an opportunity for 3-3, sat on 20 thinking, well, I'll come back for 3-3, break a throw, I'll have the darts and the decider. And Conor Heenan has other ideas and finds the 157, and he had to produce shots like that to get away with it today. He didn't play, for me, as well as he did yesterday. The numbers may argue that fact, but it just didn't look as convincing today.
As far as Rhys Griffin is concerned, yes, he went through the card, but the big one was the victory over Conor Heenan, because that puts him in that real good position now. Yeah,
I mean, when he spoke to you yesterday, he was even before the off, he was full of confidence, and when we heard from him earlier, that confidence is a genuine one. He's obviously put lots of hours in. He's playing well on the ADC. His practice must be going very well, and he's producing the goods right now. I thought he had a fabulous day today and played some proper darts.
Is he drawing parallels with the likes of Jerome Mioch and Moreno Michaels in recent weeks?
Yeah, but potentially, yeah. I think Rhys is a lot more in the locker. Very experienced for a young guy, of course. Was a fabulous youth player, and it's taken a bit of time. And we're seeing similar with the likes of Leighton Bennett, where it's just not quite happened for him. But he's stuck in there. He believes in himself, and why not?
Well, we saw some big finishing again from Anton Östlund on day 2. This time a 161 checkout, and he always seems to want to do it against Rhys Griffin.
Yeah. Well, there's another. This is another situation where Rhys would be thinking, right, come back, take the 67 out, a fuss-free 4-0 win, job done, get back to the practice room. But yeah, he was made to work for the win in the end.
And then another miracle max today.
Yeah, there was a real strange one, wasn't it? And it was the other ones you could almost see that they've bounced out in and around the treble 20. This one was really bizarre.
I think we're going to have to get some work for our social media team. The most bizarre 180s at the Super Series of the last year.
Yeah, I'd never seen anything like that before. So the fact that we've had 3 of them now is remarkable.
It defies science. It defies physics. Right, this is the table after day 2 at the Super Series, and we've got 2 players. You can hardly prize them apart, can you? Just a one leg on legs difference separating Conor Heenan and Rhys Griffin at the top of the table. And as Chris rightly said, these 2 meet in the first round of fixtures tomorrow afternoon. Benjamin Drew rules the Dane. Well, he's kept himself just about in contention in 3rd spot on 12 points, but perhaps most importantly has opened up a 6-point gap to Mindauskas, Barauskas and Anton Östlund in 4th and 5th respectively.
Yeah, Ben's playing for that final position in Group B, and Group A is going to come from one of Conor or Rhys, of course. But yeah, it was a tough day for Benjamin today. The opening 3 matches going the other way, and 4-3 results. Win a couple of those. Add 4 points to his 12. He's right in the mix. But yeah, didn't get a lot of it. Well, if it wasn't for bad luck, he wouldn't have got any luck at all today.
So we've got some day tomorrow, haven't we?
Yeah, can't wait.
Well, we're going to enjoy the sunshine that Portsmouth provides over the next few hours, and we'll see you 9:30 tomorrow morning, Sporty Stuff TV and the Super Series YouTube channel, because we have got some race towards the line at the end of Group A. We'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.